Alrighty, hello everybody. Happy Monday. Hope y'all are doing well. We're back this week for stream anyway. Brand new game. We're playing Blueprints today. I'm checking it out at least. I don't know if this will be a game that we do kind of a longer series with or not. It's hard to say. This game I've only kind of mostly heard about. I've seen a tiny bit of gameplay with it. I've not really looked into it much further than that because I didn't really want to be spoiled on anything. So for those not in the know, this game is a puzzle game that's also kind of a roguelike. You basically are I don't know, roughly college age kid who's going to his now deceased, I think, uncle or grandfather's estate in order to basically inherit something. But in order to, as part of the guy's will, in order to receive the inheritance, I guess you have to like discover a hidden mystery within his estate, which in this case I guess is finding a specific room that's hidden. So my understanding is that the way that this game works is you basically go from room to room, and you kind of like solve little puzzles and stuff like that. But the roguelike aspect of it as well is that the rooms change, but they don't just like randomize exactly. It's every time you open a door to go into a new room, you get a tile basically that you get to choose to place, and that's the type of room that you're going to end up in. And I guess you have a limited amount of like rooms you can enter before you basically have to like end the day, and thus kind of start over anew the next day. And I don't know if that's like starting a whole new run or if you do things in between days and you have a limited amount of days. I'm not really sure how it works, but that's basically all I really know about the game. There's obviously like one big puzzle you're trying to solve which is the getting to the secret room or whatever. But also a lot of the little rooms have their own individual puzzles in them that get potentially fairly difficult. And the game does not hold your hand, to my understanding. So I have a notepad open, like just on my computer, that I can maybe make some notes in. I might even need to open like Paint or something like that because I'm not sure if I'll need to draw anything. If I do, I might switch the display capture or to the desktop so that you guys can see what I'm doing, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I guess without further ado, let's just jump in. So, like I said, I don't really know a lot about the game, but it's picked up in popularity very quickly, and I've been hearing good things about it. So, it sounds like it might be up my alley. I just don't know if it'll be something that we stream a lot or if I'll end up kind of playing it more off stream. It depends on how well it lends itself to that sort of thing. But I figured we'd check it out today. But I have plans for another game to play
I, Herbert
later
S.
and or
Sinclair, of the
Wednesday
Mount
as well.
Holly Estate at Reddington, do publish and declare this instrument my last will and testament, and hereby revoke all wills and codicils heretofore made by me. I give and bequeath to my grandnephew, Simon P. Jones, son of my dear niece, Mary Matthew, all of my right, title, and interest in and to the house and land which I own near Mount Holly. The above provision and bequest is contingent on my aforementioned grandnephew discovering the location of the 46th room of my 45-room estate. The location of the room has been kept a secret from all the staff and servants of the manor, but I am confident that any heir worthy of the Sinclair legacy should have no trouble uncovering its whereabouts within a timely manner. Should my grandnephew fail to uncover this room or provide proof of his discovery to the executors of my will, then this gift shall lapse. In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand this 18th day of March, 1993. Herbert S. Sinclair.
Okay, so we are Simon P. Jones. Our mother's name is Mary Matthew. And he's Herbert S. Sinclair, is our great uncle or grand uncle, whatever you want to say. I don't know what details are going to end up being important. I think whenever you're starting a game like this, it's impossible to know, and you might feel like you got to jot down every little detail. Because this sort of game could be sort of seen as similar to something like Outer Wilds in a way that it with a little bit more direction, I guess. It's not specifically like giving you nothing necessarily. I'm aware that we can also explore the outside as well, but the only other detail that I remember starting with, like, kind of knowing was that up in the upper left-hand corner we have a step counter, which I guess is like how many rooms you can enter before you have to call it a day. And I guess you can kind of call it a day early if you just are ready to be done with your day of exploring. But like every time we like leave a room to enter a new one, which includes like just going outside, we lose a step. So I'm not going to go out there just yet, even though I do want to explore it. Searching the estate can be exhausting each time. Yeah, okay, that's exactly what I was just saying. Each time you enter a room, you will lose one step. When you no longer have any steps left, you will be too tired to continue searching the manor and must call it a day. Okay. Open only in the event of my death. Simon, welcome to Mount Holly. You may not remember, but I have fond memories of your many visits here as a young boy, and I hope these rooms provide you with as much amusement as it did in those lost summer days. By the time you read this, I will assume you are fully aware of my last wishes and all the details of the bequest. Please do not mistake my intentions in giving you this challenge as a lack of confidence. I assure you nothing could have been further from my mind when I chose you as my heir. With that said, there are a few ground rules of this commission covered in the fine print of my will that I feel I should bring to your attention. Also, hey Robin, how's it going? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. How was your weekend? No tools or items may be brought onto the estate from the outside. Tools and items found on the estate may not be taken off the estate, and you may not stay overnight. Okay, so we know that if the day ends, that's it. I'm not sure if the tools from outside / into or off the estate, like, I don't know if that covers like the outer grounds as well. Like if that means that we can bring tools out to the grounds and do stuff, because that would still be part of the estate, so I don't know. I'm not sure that it really matters, because that may not really be anything to do with the game at all. Just otherwise it's just saying like that's why you didn't bring anything with you, I guess, to help in your investigation. I don't suspect that any of these stipulations should prove an impediment for someone as resourceful as yourself, but it is very important to me that you start fresh each morning and not rely on the success of the previous day. Okay, maybe it's mostly just kind of indicating that we will probably find items to use for, like, I know you can get like keys and other key items in this to unlock doors, chests, stuff like that. And I guess whenever we start a new day, we just won't have, what it's saying is we won't have them anymore, I think. One final word of advice: do not assume the rooms you find today will be the same rooms you find tomorrow. Yeah, they'll re-randomize. These grounds have provided me a home for the last half century, and even I am uncertain of which room lies beyond any particular door. Your grandmother used to say, don't go where the path leads, abandon the path and go where you want it to lead. With all my love and best wishes, best of luck, Herbert S. Sinclair. Okay. Here is our blueprint. You found the Mount Holly blueprint. This will serve as a useful map and inventory log during your adventure. You may access the blueprint by pressing tab. Okay, so we're here in the entrance hall. We're trying to find... antechamber from this room. From its root meaning, the room before, all signs and paths point towards the antechamber. This mysterious sealed room resting on the 9th rank may prove, however, quite an initial challenge to even reach, let alone enter. Still, you can't help but draw a connection between this chamber and room 46. Okay, and I guess this will show us the various tiles that we'll unlock. So we always, I guess, know where the entrance hall and the antechamber are, and getting to the antechamber seems important. I guess we can also call it a day early from here, if we're stuck. All right. Take in some details of the entrance hall, and then we'll move on, I guess. Doing good. Finally, we have some days of nice weather. Oh, nice. Yeah, I feel like the weather's finally getting nicer here. I'm not really a big hot weather fan. I don't know how important things like time are going to be. I guess we'll see. We got a couple of different busts in here and 2 different pictures, like sketches of hands holding playing cards, the Queen of Diamonds and the Ace of Spades. I'm not sure if it matters the orientation, because that appears to be a right hand, depending on how it's looked at, and that appears to be a left hand, but it may not mean anything. All right, left, right, straight. Let's go this way. Okay, so our first choice, select a room to draft. So this is the way it works. Instead of the rooms just being straight up random, you get a series of tiles, and it may always be like the first set of tiles always or something right off the bat. But it may, I don't know, maybe this is a random choice even from the start. But I think the tiles get randomized as you go, maybe. And you can find ways to discover new ones, probably. So we can put in a bedroom, which feels weird to put next to the entrance hall in such a big estate. But even so, it would potentially be useful to have. We gain 2 steps whenever we enter the bedroom. I don't know if that's like don't lose a step plus gain 2 steps, so you could theoretically regenerate steps by doing it. It's probably more like because you lose a step by entering, you're really just regaining 1 step effectively. Like you're not losing 1 and you're gaining 1, which would make it hard to abuse. So that's how I'm assuming that works. Let's put a hallway here. The hallway doesn't do anything special. The closet can give you 2 items, but it seems like a good place to just put a hallway, so let's do that. What does this say? Doors in the west wing are more likely to be locked. Is this considered this? I would assume to be considered the east side, but I don't know what direction we're necessarily facing. But yeah, see, my step counter went down just from entering in here. Safety pin. You lose 1 step by entering and 1 by leaving, so it's a plus minus 0. Yeah. So just kind of break even. Let's put a puzzle thing or a key or coins. I don't know what coins do yet. Let's put a maybe a key would be useful. I don't know if puzzle just means do a puzzle, but I don't know what the reward for doing it is. Let's start with puzzles already. The key might be more useful, but rather curious wind-up key, a component of the parlor game. Dear Herbert, it was a great honor receiving the invitation to dine at your estate in the Oldhams this past Thursday. If I'm being frank, it had been quite a while since we had been seen in decent society. We were beginning to worry that my wife's wit had lost its charm. I have no delusions that my company is rival to hers. If I can refresh your memory, we both spent much of that evening discussing our mutual love of games and puzzles, and I had mentioned to you a rather singular parlor game I had played some years back, involving 3 boxes of different colors. You had pressed me to write with the particulars of this game when I found the time, and I have included with this letter all the details you will need to share with guests should you be inclined to play this confounding game. Always your friend, M. Lowry, sorry. I don't know why I thought that was an R. There will always be at least 1 box which displays true statements, always be at least one that displays false statements. Only one box is a prize within, the other two are always empty. Okay, so I did see that there were 3 boxes over there. So 1 is true, 1 is false, at least, but I guess 2 can be true and 2 can be false. But at least one of each has to be the other. Let's have a look here. There are 4 boxes in this room, and we know that that seems to be false, unless there's a hidden one somewhere. Doesn't seem like it to me. So theoretically that one's false. There's only 1 box in this room. That one should also be false. The gems are in the true box. So in theory, since 1 has to be true, at least 1 has to be true, and since these both appear to be false statements, then this should be the true one, and it says the gems are in the true box. So let's just go ahead and try that. Hey, what do you know? Okay, we get some like ruby things or something. Gems can be used while drafting to pay for special floor plans. Okay. Let's continue through the parlor. Lavatory. Corridor is always left unlocked. I guess maybe some doors can relock or something. A storeroom for a key, a gem, and a coin. Or maybe just the possibility of them. I don't know how useful it's going to be to necessarily stock up on things like this right away. But if doors can not only be locked, but maybe become locked after we've already opened them, then keys obviously would be useful. Let's try the storeroom thing. Then we can go back in the other direction. Yoink. Okay, let's have a look at this. Keys can be used to unlock locked doors you find in the house. Coins can be used in the shop rooms found on the estate to purchase goods and services. Okay. Alright, so far so good. Let's go this way. Den. Closet. We haven't been in the nook yet. I feel like spatially the nook would not make a lot of sense. Neither would the den necessarily with the door being where it is, but let's just see. Let's go with the den. Ah, see, it's like blocked off. So there is some sense of spatial reasoning, I guess. If I'm understanding that correctly, because there was no door on the other side of that, and it would kind of just dead end there. So it works kind of like Betrayal at House on the Hill with the tile placement like that. I'm sure there's other games. I don't think this clock... I don't know if any of these clocks are important. It seems like they all have the same time. Which is not the current time for me, so it's not based on like system time or anything. It did say that there would be a gem here. Oh, it's just this thingy. Okay, I guess that's all that there is in here for the moment. Bedroom, nook, pantry. Off of the den. I don't know. Hold on. Oh, okay, that's really useful. It tells me how they're going to connect. So we could reconnect to the entrance hall like this from here, or go this way. It will theoretically... It looks blocked off for some reason, but it looks... Oh, never mind. For some reason, I was thinking there were 3 doors on this. It's just the 2. So no matter what we do, we'd be kind of blocking off the den in some way. Or the entrance hall. We can either reconnect to the entrance hall with the pantry and just get 4 coins out of it, or just kind of block that one door from the entrance hall to get something else. But I think by placing a room here, regardless, we're going to be blocking off the entrance hall, so the bedroom seems like it makes the most sense, or the nook, one of the two. We already have a key, so let's put a bedroom in play. Nice hand, bro. What's this? Greetings from Reddington. Okay, I don't think I can like flip these or anything. Guest bedroom. Plus 10 steps would be nice, but we would gain 10, which is really more like we lose 1, then gain 10, putting us at 54, then it would go down to 53 the moment we leave. Then we'd lose a fair bit just getting back to the entrance hall, but we would still be at a positive. Observatory, plus 1 star for each time you've drafted observatory. That seems like a good thing to have like early on. Like if it continues from run to run, but if it's only in the same run, I don't know how good it's going to be. I don't know what stars do, though. But the guest bedroom would also be a dead end here, so let's just try the observatory, I guess. It's also way quieter in this than I was expecting. I thought maybe there'd be like some music or something. Fixed Stars, Stargazer's Companion to Constellation by Richard Witt, Fenn, Aries, Bird and Sons Publishing, 1809. This book contains a complete star base, a list of constellations, and the observed effects that accompany the appearance of each one. Depending on the number of stars that can be seen in the sky on any given day, different constellations of various sizes may be visible, sometimes more than one on a single day. This book, a solid base for astronomy, will help you easily identify these constellations, impress your friends, and discover the joy of stargazing. North Star plus 1 gold. Oh, okay. So the star symbol that it was saying is like plus 1 star each time you place the observatory, maybe meaning that we can see more than one if we're placing them in multiples. The twins. 2 trunks have been added to the entrance hall. Slice plus 3 steps. Diamondus Minor plus 1 gem. Southern Cross, rooms with 4 doors are more common today. Farmer's apple, apples are extra delicious today, okay. Clavis, the key, plus 1 key. Diamondus Major, plus 5 gems. Draxus the dead end rooms are more common. Sale, everything is 50% off. Florealis, bloom over the sky. Green rooms are more likely to contain special flowers today. Okay. For a second I thought I was like locked in because I was like, it seemed like it only wants to go in one direction, so. One North Star. Now what? Whenever you enter the chapel, lose 1 gold. Kitchen. Food for sale. The kitchen would be a dead end. The chapel would not be a dead end, but we would lose money. This also has a gem requirement. I'm hoping maybe the coins will be something. Let's put in the kitchen. I'll try having a dead end as much as I don't really want there to be one. I was kind of expecting like a person in here. Main course is served. That's what that said. I don't know. It just said the main course is served something, but Mount Holly kitchen menu, banana for 2 coins plus 3 steps, club sandwich. I guess it's just the lighting. I thought that was like a super moldy sandwich. Bacon and eggs plus 10 and add morning room to today's draft pool. Club is plus 15, bananas plus 3. I mean, it's useful. It will cost both of our coins. Today's main course, lemon glazed salmon, charbroiled Cajun spice salmon, lemon butter sauce served over spinach leaf. Sounds kind of good, actually. Oh, it was this. The main course is served only in the dining room. So we would have to find the dining room, I guess. It also doesn't have a cost associated with it, plus an additional 10 steps to have an aquarium in your house. Okay. Since I'm gonna have to make my way backwards, let's buy a banana, even if it is maybe a little bit of a waste of our money. Alright, I guess that's all we can do in here for now. I feel as though what I'm getting right now from this is that the main element of the puzzle is largely just puzzling your way through the blueprint so as to make the most efficient way to get to like the antechamber and all that, but I don't know. Okay, so that is now sealed off because of this. Hey Sass, how's it going? It's good to see you. How was your weekend? Spare room. We don't want to put a closet in or else we're going to completely dead end. So the spare room is the only option at the moment, really. Pantry in for some more coins. Seems like a decent idea. It's got a way to connect, so that's important. And good, had a nice weekend. I have 2 weeks off now, so that's nice. Oh, let's go. Hope you get some good time for some relaxation and some gaming. Bridget, please pick up some more fruit before Friday, as we have just been informed that we may have an extra guest exploring the house next week. 50 steps should be more than enough, so I think an even spread would be ideal. 5 apples, 5 bananas, 5 oranges. The enclosed amount should cover expenses, but please bring back any change from the order and leave it in the pantry. Oh, we got a banana. Okay, you do just consume it immediately, which I guess makes sense. There's no reason to really like hold on to it, because I don't think you can max out on steps. It's not in a way that's likely to matter. If they put the max integer at like 999 steps or something, you're probably never going to get that high. Commissary has items for sale, or a nook for another key. I guess we'll go with the commissary and hope that we get something that's going to lead kind of up and left out of, or to the, to the right here and then up. The gem requirement. says. I must have used something else that had a gem requirement before, because I'm pretty sure I had 3 originally, and just then I only had 2. Commissary will be closed from day 12 to day 16. Sorry for any inconvenience. Okay. Without. With airplane, without blueprint. I don't know. Staff notice. Effective the first week of December, payroll for all live out and seasonal staff will be managed electronically. As your attendance will no longer be registered at morning roll call, it is doubly important that you do not fail to clock in and out at one of the electronic computer terminals on the estate. 2 of these terminals can be found at security, where the punch clock used to be, and in the laboratory. Any questions or concerns regarding this process should be directed, as always, to our house manager, Mrs. Babbage. Terminal password, something with an S, I think. Or it's an 8, but it looks like an S, and I can't make out the rest. Annual Maids Day sale, 2 days only. All items up to 50% off. All staff welcome. Day 20 and 21. Mountain Holy Commissary. It was an arcade game. Diaga blocks. Am I reading that right? Sledgehammer. I wonder if the sledgehammer lets you just like break through one of the blocked off doorways, like to just straight up force a door to be there. Okay, we can't really afford much. We could buy a gem, but I kind of want to hold off. Okay, well, the drawing room seems like the way to go here, because we can draw new floor plans while going through, and it's not a dead end, so the chapel costs money. It did take our gem, though, so I think I will buy that gem after all. Drawing floor plans. Each time you click on a door, you will draw 3 floor plans from which you must select one to draft. However, there are some items and rooms that will allow you to redraw if you do not like your initial 3 options. Does one go about doing that? Just click on the door? Redraw. That might be the way to go here, because we have a nook that's gonna dead end, and the other stuff are also dead ends. There we go. Passageway seems like a decent idea. Boudoir. Really, the passageway is the best thing, because the boudoir doesn't give us anything anyway, from what I can tell, so... Oh, but this has a 2 gem requirement. No! Alright, well, boudoir it is. Crimis, also, you gifted a gigantic fucking safe. Okay. Okay. Is the code visible in there at all? I don't know how it would be. Wonder if there's a clue somewhere that tells us like a number of somethings and a number of something else we need to count in that picture to get the combination. Unless we can just open it. could always put in, like, if Christmas is just the clue. So, like, December 31st, or 25th, excuse me. Which could just be 25/12 or 12/25, depending. Alright. Easy enough. I kind of figured it wasn't going to be that easy, frankly. 4. Herbert, I was distraught to learn that you have chosen to omit the details of our dear Marion's disappearance from the public record. It is no surprise to me that the royal court would want this embarrassment kept as quiet as possible, but I am shocked that you have so little regard for your niece that you would play the king's scullion and stoop to kissing the foot that treads upon her memory. She gave up her family, her fortune, and her life, and all you can do is think of your name. Having never had a family name nor fortune of my own, I cannot personally condemn you for faltering in your commitment to make the same sacrifices she did. But for the love of God, do not, by that same display of weakness, clutch your petty assets so tightly that you undermine the cause that she forfeited everything to further. Get out of here, bot. Whoops. Exit out. Our countrymen must be made aware of the price she paid and must be made to see the color of the flag she flew as she rode into the darkness of 100 nights. Deny her stories, deny her life. If through your silence you bless this betrayal, our son Simon, your heir, will inherit a fortune of lies and will spit upon your grave when he learns of your cursed foolishness. Needless to say, we will not be coming for Christmas this year, Daniel. Alright, I don't know if any of that actually means anything, but I guess we'll find out. I don't know where he says. Hope the shopping for Easter gifts goes well. Okay, we can take a nook now, which I will do because I don't really want the chapel. We're probably going to be forced to take the chapel at some point. Thanks for the key. So I guess it pays to be, like, observant in these rooms, because sometimes you'll find an extra thing that isn't, like, on the map, because originally when I looked at the boudoir, it didn't say anything about there really being like a safe with a gem in there. So oh man, these jets lately, I don't know, you probably can't really hear it right now, but definitely out and about. They're just not super close today. All that said, I'm not really seeing anything else other than this in here. A journey noteworthy. As you continue on your adventure, you may want to consider getting something to scribble down your notes and observations. A pad, scrap of paper, or perhaps most fittingly a journal will prove to be an invaluable tool you will not regret having beside you on your journey. I do have a notepad open on my computer. I may want to put out, like, paint or something. Excuse me if I need to draw anything. Alright, let's continue. West Wing Hall seems good. Corridor is always left unlocked. This counts as 2 bedrooms. Yeah, let's just do the corridor, the hall, I mean. We may run into locked doors soon, because it did say there was a higher tendency for West Wing doors to be locked, but we do have 2 keys. Staff notice, June 15th, 1983. Out of respect for the late Lady Clara Epson, the West Wing will be closed until further notice. While the floor plans associated with this wing have not been removed from the pool, we ask that staff members refrain from drafting them during this period of mourning. Likewise, any blah, 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 blah. All right, we got 39 steps left. Could be something in the lavatory because it's a dead end and it doesn't say anything, but once you have drawn floor plans, you must... Oh, I can't back away? That kind of sucks. I'm really loath to do it, but I might just put the chapel here so that we have a means of exploring further. but I don't want to actually walk in there yet. Each day a meal is served in the dining room after rank 8 has been reached. Rank 8 is way up here, which makes it... It does mean we could technically backtrack to it, but it might be better to have it come up later. I think maybe this is a good place for the passageway. It's 2 gems, but let's just do it. Security room. Okay, we don't have any gems, so guest bedroom is our only option. Thanks for the 10 steppies. Ooh. Hello, free gem. What's this? Sinclair, just wanted to write you a quick note thanking you for the weekend. I had a thrilling time on the hunt with Lord Evanson, whose peculiar personality somewhat made up for your own absence. I also got to appreciate your new game in the billiard room. It's been ages since I've seen the billiard room in the house. I was beginning to suspect you retired the floor plan. It was well worth the wait, though, as I always enjoy your mathematical puzzles and appreciated that I didn't need to know the rules of darts to play your variation. Hoping your health improves shortly. KL? Can't tell what's supposed to be a K, but it looks like one. Maybe that's Mr. Lowry. Although I feel like that might have been with an M. Okay, I don't think I see anything else. We got our steppies. Alright, let's head back this way and check out this room. Oh, using up the other key already. I guess we'll do it, though. We're going to end up being forced to go through the chapel at some point, probably. The dining room would let us get up to the next rank quicker if we need to. Because this is only on rank 5, I guess. And getting back to rank 5 from rank 8 may not be that bad if we want to like quickly reach there to get the meal. I don't know if we get 10 steps every time we enter the guest bedroom. I'm assuming it's like a one-time thing. Because it doesn't, like the bedroom down here, I don't think it says whenever. I think this one says whenever. I think this is just when you, the first time you enter it, it's plus 10. Otherwise, that would be really easy to abuse. So I'm assuming it's just a one-time deal. The courtyard would take our gem. I think honestly, even though it does block off this route from the chapel, I think let's take the dining room. I don't think we can get this yet, not until we reach rank 8, and then I guess we can try to backtrack to it if we need to. Billiard room. Opportunity to earn and spread. Well, we don't have the gems, so I guess the billiard room it is. Supposed to be a game we can do here with the darts. Is it with the billiards too, or just the darts? I do feel like, again, the one thing this game, I like the atmosphere, but I feel like the game is quiet, and I feel like it needs music. Just some atmospheric, like, light music. Nothing heavy. And maybe as you get further in, it kind of amps up a little or something, but... Alright, let's see here. Hey Ash, hope you're enjoying Blueprints. Yeah, so far definitely. I was just saying I think the game could stand to have a little bit more music in it, but just for some atmospherics. But it's the rest of the atmosphere is good. But I'm definitely enjoying the game so far. The puzzly stuff has been interesting. Not hard yet, except now I'm at this dart puzzle and I'm not really sure what I'm even supposed to do with it. I can push buttons. What if I just push something else? Okay. So it starts with 11. But then these light up and it doesn't seem to matter which one I push unless it's like a different sequence every time. That doesn't seem likely. I can only press the buttons. It said you don't need to understand darts to play the game. Okay. So we're just trying to go up in score, but I guess we're adding the numbers together. But I wonder if it does want you to kind of understand something about darts, because this would mean a double, I think. 16 and 7, so that would be 23. Triple is the inner ring? Okay. Obviously, there's no 23 on here, but maybe we can press multiple things now. There's no 23, and certainly if it wants us to, like, do more than that, to say, like, it's 16 plus 21, actually. So 37 instead, which we could do is, like, 20 plus 17, which it's not, so... Maybe this means minus instead? Like blue is plus and yellow is minus or something like that? Okay, I think that's right. So 12 minus 5... to maybe times 5 would be 10. Okay, we're getting it. 15 minus 10 equals 5 times 3. I don't know. This is the question, is going to be if they start messing with order of operations here. But considering we don't have huge numbers, because I'm assuming they don't mean like 3 times 15 minus 10, because it's going to be too high. So I feel like my initial... You probably go from inwards out. So if that is the case, 15 minus 10 equals 5 times 3 equals 15. Okay. All right, easy enough. Oh, good thing we got keys. Anyway, Ash, how are you doing? How was your weekend? Darkroom. You cannot see the floor plans while drafting this room. That could be dangerous. Leads to a room of a color of your choice. Interesting. So there is a room connected to this, but it's based on color. This concerns me. Let's try the secret passage. I hope it's not going to just dead end on me here. So orange tend to be halls, green thumb tend to be like outdoorsy, I guess, like the courtyard type shit. These are bedrooms for purple. Red are drawback rooms. Hence the drawback press, Red Rover. So they're not always like inherently detrimental in the sense that they tend to usually have good access, but you lose something normally or have some sort of negative about them, such as losing money when going through the chapel, or in the case of the dark room, not being able to see what you're drafting for your next room, so you could accidentally screw yourself. And then markets, but markets also tend to be dead ends, I think. So I feel like we want to do a haul. The question is it going to still require gems, or is it free? I hope it's free. Okay, it's a free option. The aquarium would have been good to have. But we don't have the gem for it because of the special dinner would have given us even more steps if we go back. Seven locked doors, the Great Hall. That's weird because it makes it seem like you can still only really go these ways, but maybe these other doors can be opened for items. What is the game about? Do you just try to go as far as you can in the building? I mean, yes. You can also go outside, but so it's a puzzle roguelike where you're trying to get to. So first we're trying to, I guess, get to the antechamber. More specifically, it's a 45 room estate with the rooms that kind of shift around, you know, mysteriously. And we're trying to inherit the estate and, you know, fortune of our great uncle, basically, who passed away. But the requirement for, you know, acquiring or getting the inheritance is to find the secret 46th room in the estate. So the challenge our great uncle left to us was to discover the secret of the estate, basically, and if we can prove that we did that, then we get to basically inherit the place. That's the story, anyway, the story setup. But obviously you're trying to work your way through the estate to get to the end. And I don't think we're going to necessarily get it in one day, even though we've made pretty good progress so far. Corridor is always left unlocked, but that's going to, well, it won't technically dead end. There's still one more option there. This will have locked doors, but we could theoretically get to the next rank and hope to find some more keys. We don't have gems for that, but otherwise we'd have to backtrack. Screw it. Give me the locked doors, I guess. I hope this is the right way to do this. Breaker box is going to do something. Security view inventory of all items currently in the house. We don't have a gem. So we're hitting a dead end regardless. I'm very curious about the lavatory because it's come up several times, but it is a red room. I don't know if the red is just that it's a dead end and that's it, but there could be something about this room that's also potentially good. Give me the breaker box, I guess, the utility closet. We're gonna have to backtrack. All right. Gymnasium, darkroom, garage, cabinet. There's no switch here. Danger: toggling of breaker switches may result in unexpected loss of floor plans functionality. Please call DC power if you require assistance. Sorry, that's just really small. Garage, I guess. Turning off the dark room seems like it would mean that the floor plan just won't come up. I don't know if we want that to be the case, though. Like, the dark room seems bad, but also it could still be of use. But I don't know. I don't know what the keycard entry system is. If we turn that off, maybe we don't need the keycard, but I have no fucking clue. There is an achievement for getting to room 46 in one day. I personally think that achievement is nearly impossible. Yeah, I figured that would probably be likely. I have no idea what these... Oh, what? Wait, I think I almost had that as all blues there, maybe. I had all purple. Oh, white. Shit. We probably need to get them to all what? Man, this is this is a very strange sequencing thing. All right, hold on. Shit, how did I do that again? Oops, shit. Okay, they're all purple. Also, hey, car guy, how's it going? How was your weekend? This is... I don't know how the fuck to get the white further over, but I feel like that's necessary. I don't know if this puzzle... What this... I want to reset it. Okay, we have white there. I don't know. It doesn't quite want to... So I don't know if it just has to be... No, because then that switches to blue for some reason. I don't know what to do to get them all white, but I assume that's what you need to do. I just haven't figured out how to sequence that one. Okay. Maybe we just need to get the white in a specific spot, because it seems like I can only do one of them. At least right now. Alright, now we're all over the place again. I don't know, man. I don't really have an indication of what I'm supposed to do with this fucking thing. It might just be something to do with room types, even, like just based on the colors, but... Can't really brute force this. Okay. I mean, you probably could, but I just don't know how you would figure it out if you had done it right, is the thing. Alright, we can come back to it some other time. Maybe I should have turned the keycard thing off. Yeah, let's just do that, just to see what happens. Alright, backtrack we go. Sorry, I know that took a while. Alright, so we can go here in the dining room. Actually was delivered here the day after drafting this room. Okay. Shit, I always forget that you can't just like back out. We could go through the chapel as well, but I guess we'll put the mailroom here. I guess we're going to have to go through the chapel because I think these are both dead ends. Order placed. Simon P. Jones. Hey, that's me. From Dad. Hey, buddy. How's it going up there in that big house? I think most people would be pretty scared being alone for this length of time, but I have a feeling you're doing just fine. I imagine you happy as a clam, perfectly content on the estate with the exploration and opportunities for adventure that present themselves each day. As I'm writing this, you're currently in the garage packing the tent. I wanted to try to post this letter before we depart tomorrow so that it has a chance to arrive during your first few days in the estate. But with all the preparations, I'm not sure that I'm going to find the time. There's so much I want to say, and I'm sure I'll forget to tell you Friday night. Sometimes it's easier for me to just jot this stuff down. You're yelling at me right now to come bring you a pillowcase. Hold on a second, I'll be right back. I can tell you're really excited, but I think you might feel a little guilty about being so happy the day after the funeral. Believe me, I know how long Uncle Herbert worked on setting this up for you. And I know from our conversations just how much happiness this final project brought him. So do both of us a favor, be excited. The house really is amazing. I know it's been almost 7 years since we were last up there, and I'm really curious to hear just how much you remember from those summer trips. You've always been smarter than me at this kind of thing, so I'm not sure how much guidance or inspiration I can offer before your trip that will actually be useful to you. Despite my best intentions, I'm sure that on Friday I'll end up leaving you with a few of my overused cliche expressions when we say farewell. Later, alligator, Dad. P.S. Get some sleep each night and don't spend all your time each day playing Dirigiblocks. The time does progress. I don't know if you can run out of time. You know, aside from just running out of steps, I mean. Please return all correspondence and packages addressed to Denny Ravain to sender, as he no longer is employed with our staff. Okay, that's the first thing I've felt specifically kind of like jotting down, so just realized that this old note thing that I opened has a bunch of old shit in it from when I was working on the Elden Ring DLC guide. All right. Okay. And you could brute force it, but it would take forever since you have to test out every combination. Yeah. Like, if I knew what colors I needed, then I could at least figure out where I needed to get things to go, and could probably go from there, but... Right, so, unfortunately, we're going to have to go through the chapel, because I don't have any keys for the Great Hall, so... Gonna lose my money. Neat chapel, though. What's with the giant bishop? Also, these are some very interesting stained glass angels, considering their depictions. One looks like a gardener. 2 is a chef. 3 is just also a farmer, I guess. That's 6. Where's 4? That's 5. 4 is a chimney sweep? Question mark. But they seem to also kind of have like a holster on their belt, so I don't know about that. 5 is a broom, I guess, so just kind of like a maid. 6 horseback rider, horse rider. 7 a queen. I don't know if they're meant to also represent like chess pieces, but I'm not sure how those translate exactly. I've been called by an angel by my friend at work recently, but I don't see myself in that chapel. I don't know. Which one do you think most fits? Let's see, you go in order here. Gardener. Chef. Chef. Or cook, at least. Farmer. Chimney sweep. Maid. Horse rider. Queen. Not sure what the symbol up there is. The gardener outfit. It's pretty nice. So there's these statues too, but those just seem more like church figures mostly. Well, I don't see anything else to do in here right now, so just look at the pews to see if there's a book or anything laying on them. Nope. Alright then. Shit. Well, I think that may be where we call it a day here, because I don't know if there's anywhere else I can backtrack to. I have no keys, gems, or money either, I don't think, so that's probably gonna be it. We could explore outside with the time we have left, I guess. The steps we have left before we leave, just so we're not wasting them on following days. You know, obviously the breaker box is something we could try to mess with, but I don't know how we're going to figure that one out. So I think we'll just hold off on that, because I don't think I have found a specific clue as to what the color combination needs to be, unless it's something based on like an arrangement of rooms I've already done, but I couldn't really even make the color orange. And I could make like green, blue, purple, and red, and then like a blank or white, but yeah, I don't know. The breaker box will be a mystery for now. All right. Let's go outside. Let me out. There's a way to go, I guess, that way, unless it just kind of dead ends there at the, like, the driveway. Let's come down here, though. It's all boarded up. There's like a mine tunnel there or something. Maybe we can access that somehow. Where the fuck is this place? Interesting mountain. I definitely didn't expect the estate to be situated at the top of like some giant fucking cliff thing. Sure is dark down here. Can I light this? No. This didn't count as another room, so I guess it's just kind of a dead end, at least for now. Can you guys hear the game okay, by the way? I feel like it's probably quiet for you, because the game, like, the UI stuff doesn't seem so quiet, but I was kind of expecting there to be more, like, ambient music and stuff. And it's not to say that there isn't any, but it's very subtle. But I can turn it up if you guys want. See, like right there, we're getting a little bit of kind of ambient music stuff, but that's kind of been the most of it. We'll be camping out over here. Campsite. Due to the rules set forth in your great uncle's will, you are not allowed to stay in the estate overnight. Oh, it's our campsite. Okay. Luckily, however, your scouting skills have been put to good use to fabricate a very respectable off-site sleeping quarters. You may call it a day at any time from the blueprint menu to return to the campsite at night. Okay. Don't think we have a combination for this yet. Little orchard here. This dead ends. Okay, so I think we're gonna probably call it a day. I'm trying to determine if there's anything else. I'm not sure why there's this little red letter here. Red envelope. Check this thing over here. Nothing. Oh, I could probably put on puppy camera, by the way. I forgot to turn it on. He's just been laying here. Hopefully that doesn't get in the way of any UI stuff, but he's just a sleepy boy anyway. Alright, but yeah, I think that's it, because I don't really see anything else we can do, and I don't have a combo for that thingy. And I don't know how to figure out the breaker box puzzle just yet, so I guess we'll call it a day and see what happens. Tomorrow you will awake to find the rooms, the estate, as well as your current inventory has been reset. Well, that's fine, because I already have nothing, so... Show you that you found one of the letters so far? Okay. Mount Holly, ordinary villa. Total rooms. Excuse me. Total rooms 25, rank reached 7, steps taken 49, items found 0. Joke's on you, game. I'm already broke. Exactly. Alright, let's try it again. Save and continue. I'm liking it so far. I don't know if we'll do a full stream of this. It depends on how much it like opens up as we go. But I could see revisiting it and or playing it off stream for sure, because I'd like to finish it if I don't decide to keep going on stream. But I also want to maybe play some Look Outside on stream, which we could potentially do just later today. Otherwise, I will maybe do it on Wednesday. Assuming this is all the same. Seems like it. Alright, let's go up to start, or forward rather. Hallway. Oh, mailroom? Let's get the package right off the bat. Why not? Customer's copy packing slip, the Sinker Company. K. Thompson. Get a compass and 2 gems. I wonder if we lose the compass. We probably do at the end of the day. Navigational compass. Draw floor plans leading north more frequently. Okay. So yeah, it's just an item to change the way things go. In this day, I guess. Okay. Let's go right. Let's do the parlor again. See if the puzzle has changed. Still the box puzzle. Always be at least one box which displays true, one displays false. Only one box with a prize, as usual. Okay. The gems are on the desk. Well, that doesn't seem to be the case, so that seems to be a lie. The gems are in this box. That could be true. The gems are on the floor. It seems to me like the white one is correct. Because I don't see no gems anywhere else. So it seems like these two are lying and this one is true. And not only that, but then it would also indicate that they are in this box. It could resolve differently and say something like the gems are in the blue box or some shit, but that's not what it says. But yeah, it seems fairly verifiable, but the gems are not in either of the other places that they've said. I can't crouch, so it's not as though I can really look under the furniture. Okay, we're off to a decent start with gems at least. Den +1 gem. We like the storeroom, but it is a dead end, admittedly. That's the end of the world, though. Let's go with the den. Stack up on gems right off the bat, I guess. Interesting. Bat picture. Okay. So we could do the breaker box again immediately, but we still don't really know what's going on with that puzzle now. Maybe the breaker box is different, but I'm gonna hold off on any sort of assumption of that. Let's do the pantry, get some coins. And a banana. Okay, the note is the same as far as I'm aware. Moving along. Drawing room, corridor. I don't know if you can have only like one of each thing generally. I mean, well, some stuff you can definitely place twice, but it usually says so. The corridor is something we might want on, to pop up if it can only pop up once, to have on the west side, because there's a higher tendency for locked rooms on that side. Let's do a drawing room. Still am trying to look around just in case there's like any occasional like little valuables or puzzles to do, because they do be a little sneaky about it at times, but not seeing anything as of yet. So immediately go to the next rank. Commissary, items for sale. 4 gold, maybe not the greatest. Bedroom. Could be alright. Closet is a dead end. We could go back this way, but let's do the bedroom. Hello. She has a little moon necklace. I don't know if that's important, but remember. Oh, yeah, you reroll. I forgot. Well, there's still another door, but car keys. Well, I'm not regretting what happened because we got something new. Not sure how we use car keys. I don't remember seeing a car, but that doesn't mean that there wasn't one outside to access somewhere. I must have missed this stuff the first time I went through the bedroom, or it just wasn't there. That's entirely possible. Okay, we could do another observatory. We don't have a courtyard yet. Let's see what we can get with another star. I'm wondering if there's other stuff to be able to manipulate here, but I haven't really seen much. Because we had to point this once, but now it's already pointed where I need it to be pointed. I thought maybe it would move around. Twins. A pair of chests has been added to the entrance hall. Okay, so at some point we'll want to backtrack. Maybe even now, but let's just go for now. Locked. Okay, well, never mind. We will backtrack. At least the bedroom doesn't really cost us a movement. Let's quickly make our way back to the entrance hall. Costs us a few extra steps, but... Hey, Kishi, how's it going? Wait, did it say they were locked? Oh shit, I completely forgot about that. Well, that was definitely wasted movement then. Presumably we can just open them with keys, but I need keys in order to do that. How are you doing, Kishi? How was your weekend? Alright, so we can re-roll if we want to. We could connect with the Nook and get a key, but then we're kind of cutting ourselves off this way until we go back down. But that's really the only other option aside from just getting 10 extra steps. This extra steps would be helpful, but the key might be better. I guess let's just get the key because nothing else is really... Oh, fuck. I forgot I could fucking reroll. I just said that to myself not like a minute ago. Alright. Hey, Red. How are you doing? How was your weekend? Let's just go see if we can unlock that one of the chests, and we'll go try going the other way. We do need to note that the observatory also has a locked door that we can open. Lockpick kit. We'll occasionally be able to unlock some normal doors. Okay. That seems good. Shitty, don't want to study. How about you? I'm doing pretty decent. Tired, had a busy day. Fair enough, fair enough. Locksmith. Keys for sale might actually be a good opportunity right now. I'm very curious about the office, though. We might be screwing ourselves, but we do have the lockpick kit, so I'm going to hope that we don't need the keys that badly. It is going to cost us 2 gems, though. Not yet been into the office yet. Okay. Bridget, please check if any books matching these titles are available for purchase in Reddington. Flight of the Queen, March of the Count, Fall of the Lord, Passing of the Barons, Herrings of the Major. Had a little trouble reading the Baron's writing, so I am not sure if the last title is intended to be Hearings or Herrings, but knowing Herbert, I suspect either would be suitable. That might have to do with the code to that, maybe. Floor plan upgrade disc. Insert into one of the estate terminals to permanently upgrade one of the floor plans. Ooh. The antechamber lever in the greenhouse is broken again. I don't think there is enough time to put in another work order before Simon arrives, so just make sure the west and east levers are operational. Okay, so to even get into the antechamber, we have to find levers in other rooms. Oh, Mount Holly home office. Press enter. Run payroll, spread gold and estate, log into network. After running this process, checks will be placed in each staff member's room. This includes each servant's quarter and maid's chamber currently on the estate. The office can facilitate a modest distribution of coins withdrawn from the staff incentives program. These coins are spread distributed in a number of rooms currently active throughout the estate. Spread gold now. Yeah, I guess. Return to main menu. Log into network. It's quite a lot of characters. About 4 solo issues, Absolute Flash number 1, so Superman 3, 4, and 5. Couldn't find issues 1 and 2 in stock today. Ultimate Spider-Man, TPB Volume 1 and 2. Nice. I'm not sure how many digits this thing is even supposed to be. It didn't really seem to indicate anything. And I don't know if this is something to do with the code, or if this is indicating something for the login for the network. Trade paperback, gotcha. Hearings or herrings? Doesn't seem to be either of those. Alright. There might be a clue somewhere, but maybe it's in front of me and I'm not noticing it. I don't know, but... Alright, we're gonna have to come back to that because I have no clue how we're supposed to get the combination for that. I suspect it's at least based on this note in here, or the password for this is, but I have no idea how to determine what I'm supposed to determine from this, because I've got specific potential keywords: flight, march, fall, passing, herrings. Herrings is weird, so is hearings. Because all of the others could be seen as some sort of, like, movement or something. And then titles: Queen, Count, Lord, Baron, the Major. And March of the Count is in black and the rest are in red, but that doesn't really tell me much. Just insert disk in the computer. Wait, can I actually do that, or are you just saying that for the game's sake? Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I thought I had to log into the network for that to get used. That's my bad. Courtyard data has been found on this upgrade disk. You will now have the chance to permanently enhance this room to one of 3 different floor plans. So currently it has nothing in it, but if we upgrade it, we can upgrade it so it has 2 gems, 5 dig spots, or it's always left unlocked. I don't know if the dig spots require shovels, like if you need to get a shovel for it to do anything, or if it just is something you can automatically do. I'm curious about the dig spots, so I'm going to go with that one. Alright, we'll try to figure out these things in here later, because I don't know how else to determine the safe combination or the login password to the terminal. I'm sure this thing has something to do with it, but I doubt it would just be like his name or some shit, so no clue. Alright, let's see. Items for sale in the commissary. We only have 4 gold. We may need to backtrack to collect gold. I'm not sure. We do also potentially want to try to see if we can lockpick the observatory door anyway. Let's open the West Wing hall up, I guess. There's the courtyard. Let's see what that's all about. It's not the best usage of it per se, but okay, it would appear we do need a shovel, but we can get one, so that's kind of what I was hoping for. It's useful for digging. Give me like some keys and gems and shit this way. Yep, there we go. Okay, that's what I was hoping for. Another key. Coins. So 2 gems would obviously be useful, but having it be 5 random items could be potentially better. Obviously there's the possibility of just getting nothing, but we got 2 keys, a couple coins there, I think, so that was not bad. In fact, one of them I think had 2 coins in it, because I think we only had 4. Okay, items for sale. Maybe that's worth it now that we have 7, but we don't have gems. So I guess we'll dead end it with a closet and see what we get. Die. A single ivory die. While drafting, you may use the die. Okay, so it's a one-time use reroll. Another key. Nice bowler hat. Food for sale. We could use some extra footsteps, but it would dead end, so maybe we use our reroll right away. I guess if we find the garage, maybe the car keys can be used there. Compass room. I don't have any gems, sadly. Corridor it is. Shit, man. We just keep getting screwed. All right, well, I'll take the guest bedroom for the 10 extra steps, then we're gonna have to backtrack because I don't really have a choice. We're gonna have to go all the way back to the observatory and hope that we can unlock that. I mean, we should be able to. We have a key. It's just a matter of getting any further than that. We got a jam in for our troubles. Okay, we read this already. Yeah, that's just about the billiard room. I don't think it has any other potential clues for us. Alright then. Well, we gain 10 steps. That helps at least with the... take some of the sting out of the backtracking, but, it's still not great. I wish I could figure this out while I'm in here, but I just don't know what this fucking combination could be. Or the login, for that matter. We might have clues that already tell us, but I wouldn't know what they are off the top of my head. Again, there's just this thing, which I'm sure is important. The only reason I even put in numbers on the safe before was that I just thought, like, oh, maybe March could also have the secondary meaning of, like, the month of March, and it's the second thing in the list, so maybe, like, you know, 0302 or 0203 or something like that, but none of those seem to work. But I also don't know what else the count would otherwise represent if it does. Or why it's in black, aside from just to make it stand out from the rest. But yeah, I have no way of knowing if it pertains to the password on the computer or if it pertains to the safe combo, because this thing is right next to the switch for the safe combo, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's what it's for. It seems like it should be for that, though. I get no indication if it's even working. It could, like, somehow not be powered, but I have no idea how many digits it even needs. Because it's not telling me I'm failing or anything aside from the fact that it just isn't opening. But I thought maybe just, like, counting the number of letters there were, the position that it's in, etc. I don't know. It's probably something to do with that, but I can't think of what it is. I just feel like I don't have enough information. Ooh. 2 rerolls and a bunch of coins. Don't mind if I do. I don't think there's anywhere we can buy anything at the moment that we've been placed so far, so... It did say that we had spread gold around rooms that were already active. I don't know if that means that as we go back through some of these rooms that we'll find gold or what, but it may also not show up on this day. It might be like another day if we come back into these same rooms or something. Oh no, there's more money here. We've certainly got a fair bit of cash. Now we just need to, like, find the ability to use it. We'll walk through the bedroom since that doesn't actually cost us any movement. No gold, unfortunately, but hold on. This says greetings from Reddington. Oh no, there is gold here. So we know Reddington is like the nearby town or a nearby town. It may have something to do with that puzzle combo, but I don't know. Again, not enough. When I buy issues, I always make sure to have them bagged and boarded just for better care. Oh, for sure. If you're a collector, I guess that makes the most sense to do. Just check upstairs, make sure there's not gold that's been placed up there. Doesn't look like it though. All right. Let's try the lockpick kit just to save our keys. Seems like it worked. We only have one gem, so the hallway is our only real choice now. Okay, already read that before. Let's see what's in here, I guess. We are getting low-ish on steps, though. Green rooms do not cost gems to draft. That does seem really useful. The laboratory is something we're also going to want to check out, but if we get more green rooms, it could be really useful. I just don't know. This would give us some more steps, I think, depending on how it works for bedrooms. It may not mean anything because it doesn't say that it gives you steps, but there's other tiles that say something like whenever you get a bedroom, you get extra steps. So this counting as 2 bedrooms would then give you those steps, but it may not give you steps on its own. It may require both. I'm going to take the terrace. It's a dead end, but get a gem for our trouble. It's very nice looking out here. Random boat, though. This game based on liminal spaces. I don't know. I guess kind of. Okay, lockpick kit worked again. The kitchen is the only thing that's going to move us forward, so let's do that. Or we could redraw. Let me look at the thing. Well, since we don't have to necessarily reroll, we might as well take it and save our reroll, even though it is going to cost us a gem. But we might want the food for steps anyway, so let's see what we can get here. Club sandwich for 15. Plus 5 steps for every green room in your house. Ooh. How many do I have? Oh, I can't see from here. Just 2, so we would gain 10. But that's still not bad for 5. Let's buy the club sandwich. Yeah, it does look moldy. I don't think it actually is. I think it's just the lighting. But I thought the exact same thing at first. It's like you got green, like, I don't know, pickles or something on the top, and then lettuce, and then the shadow from all the rest of that makes it look green because that's the most prominent color. Because if you look closely at the bread, it looks like a relatively normal color. It's just kind of dark. Because the salad doesn't exactly look appealing either, but I think it's a lighting and coloring choice, not so much that it's supposed to be moldy. Ooh, porterhouse steak. Plus, main course is only served in the dining room. We know that. Delightfully expensive steak cut, bone-in, and extra marbled for maximum tenderness. A perfect dish for those who love extravagance. The one that said in the previous run that said the thing in the dining room said it would only show up after we reached rank 8, which we didn't even reach. This one just says we get 10 additional steps if you have a showroom, which I don't think we have, but we might by the time we find it. We'll see. But it's a little pricey, but I'm going to buy some steps. We may have gone overboard with that, but we'll see. Can't pick that door. We can re-roll, or we can use view inventory of all items currently in the house. We haven't gotten the security room yet, so I am kind of curious. It is going to cost us the remaining gem, though. Let's do it, because I'm curious what the security room is like. Oh. There's a cutscene. The twist is the longer you take to complete the game, the more moldy the sandwich gets. This is the first time we've just randomly had a cutscene after entering a particular room, so obviously the security room is supposed to be kind of special. I will say the audio in this game freaks me out a little bit. It's like an eerie calm. I can understand that. There's definitely some areas that feel kind of creepy when you go into them. Just because of like the lack of music, and it just kind of is mostly atmospheric, and it'll get dark or whatever. Is that even coffee? It looks weird. Staff notice. Effective is the first week of December. Payroll for all live out. And oh, I've read this before. And the terminal password is still scratched out. It just begins with an S. Right. I need to write that down, even though it's only one letter. I have like some guesses, but I don't know specifically what it's going to be. Your character really just went boop. Until further notice, the antechamber has been unlocked and access levers are no longer required to grant entry. Okay, interesting. Keycard access security doors are more likely to appear in the higher ranks of the estate. Likewise, as a redundant security measure, normal doors in the estate will also be more likely to be locked as you progress north. Okay. Blue memos equals true, red memos equals lies. Okay. If that applies retroactively, then we know that this not only means that this is still fucking locked, which I was going to say that's kind of weird. I feel like you recognize more of that password. Yeah, I feel like I just can't really make out much. I want to say that it could be something like September, but I don't think it's September. Like, there almost looks like a U shape here, but I don't know. I don't think this would end in a U or an O. So it's probably something else. Maybe a D or something. It's also depending on whether or not there's capitals or not, but this is the only thing that kind of looks like an S. I can't really make out. I think there's an E here. I kind of see the edges of what sort of looks like an E. Looks like song on the end. Yeah, if you kind of squint... Maybe. Just keep our ideas. So blue memos are true, red memos are false. That also means that if it's retroactive, in theory, the thing about the West Wing doors being locked is false. Like, more likely for them to be false. In other words, even though that seemed like it was true before, it may just be more likely that the further in rank you go, the more likely you are to run into locked doors, and not that that statement was actually true. Security doors or doors within the estate that can only be unlocked with an electronic key card. The settings, operational. Security level medium, offline mode locked. Change offline mode. Unlocked. So if we get a breaker room, we can turn it off and then make them unlocked so that we don't require a keycard, I think. This mode determines the default setting of the security doors will be set if the power is lost. Yeah, okay. So making the security lower would also, in theory, help us if we find like a low-level key card. But it may depend because you might find different key cards or something, and maybe even though high clearance should account for lower levels, maybe you need a specific one or something. Should expect to see 1 or 2 security doors with a low setting, 5 or 6 with a high setting. Okay. It didn't make me log into this, which is weird. The following is a detailed list of items currently in the house that have yet to be collected. 4 coins. Either that's in the safe that we haven't yet opened, or it's in the one room that we skipped over when we went through the bedroom instead. Or spread between a couple different things. Oops. Fuck yeah, dude. Okay, song was correct, and I was just like, well, what would start with an S before song? And Swan Song was the only thing that made sense. Alright. Let me write that down. I don't know if it'll change, but... Okay. Staff services, remote terminal access, electronic mail, data transfers, glossary of terms. Let's have a look at everything. Oh, this is going to take a minute. Punch in out. Service has been temporarily disabled as of November 4th. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, okay, we've already read a memo about that. Staff announcements, November 7th. I don't think anyone else has access to this network this month except you, Simon, so if you're reading this, just know we're all rooting for you, your friends, and faithful service. Okay, nothing there. Special orders. If you would like to get a specific brand of gum or your favorite fruit, the commissary is now taking special orders for all members of the staff. Place a special order. Interesting. I wonder if the shovel is not very guaranteed for the courtyard. It may always have one, but maybe you can dig in other places too and just need to hope to find a shovel somewhere. I don't know what I would want. The compass seems useful. Let's just guarantee a compass, I guess. 1 to 2 days. Approve. Okay, that was the last thing for that. Remote terminal access. It is possible to connect to other active terminals elsewhere on the estate using RTA. View. Please select another terminal. So the office is the only other room we've been to. I'm wondering if it'll give me either the same shit or if it'll tell me the... It looks like the same shit. Okay, electronic mail. Okay, can't do that here. Maybe if we log out, we can still view the electronic mail on this terminal. Data transfers from Cinca are currently not available. Glossary of terms. I should probably take a screenshot. maybe it may not really matter because I can kind of remember most of this, I think. Dead end. Fairly obvious. Dig. Occasionally you may find piles of dirt, dig spots, shovel. Dirigiblocks. In the commissary, players may find an arcade cabinet for the popular game Dirigiblocks. To the dismay of board members of the staff, the cabinet has not been working in working order for the last several years. Although the game is not currently accessible, it is scheduled to be added in a future patch. Nice. Dirt. Also just for the shovel thing. Drafting. Draft full, draw, color. Call it a day. I think we're okay. Log out. Let me try logging in again, but without it necessarily being logged into the other terminal, if that mattered. We may have to go to the office regardless. So yeah, we just have to do it from the office regardless. Okay, well that was cool. We learned some shit. It's me. Seems like it takes a while for the camera to update, but it's kind of weird. It also does not want to like show me my face. I don't see anything that's necessarily going to help us here. Or anything else, rather. So I think we can move on. The question is, do I make my way all the way back to the office using up a bunch of steps to find out what's in there? It might be a good opportunity to do so. The email might give us the password for the thing or something to determine what the password is. I'm just going to do it. Some steps back. We can go. Yeah, we went through the pantry regardless, but. Using up a whole lot of steps, though. I feel like it's really the whole point of the remote access, though, that you should not need to do all that. But whatever. Okay. Fuse box repair. The VAC indicator lights installed per instructions have been turned on. However, it should be noted that the white indicator is only displayed after syncing all 6 indicators to purple. If this is not desired functionality, let us know, and we will fix it in our regular service next week. Okay, I already knew that, but it doesn't tell me anything about the combination required. Changes to the estate. Dear Herbert, we just wanted to let you know that the changes you requested to your will have been implemented and notarized. If your premonition, God forbid, should bear fruit, rest assured that your plans will be executed down to the last detail. McGuire, McKinley, and Dougal. Fuse box repair. KBS is the correct functionality. Also, when you are out here next week, please test that the correct sequence is off, blue, green, white, red, purple. That may not stay the same, but let's write it down. Off, blue, green, White, red, perp. Okay. So if we get to be able to go back in there, we can figure that out. I'd run for a bit. What did I miss? Not too much. We found the security room. We were able to guess the password. Because Sass pointed out the end of the password. I knew that the beginning of the password started with an S. After I remembered we had seen the terminal password scribbled out before. And she pointed out that the last bit of the song word kind of looked like song, so I just guessed that it was probably Swan Song, and that was correct. So, but I had to walk back here to get this info. But yeah, so we did some security stuff. We lowered some security level things and all that, but I'm now probably going to want to try to get the fuse box, the breaker room. Okay, mailbox. Let's just look at the last one. And Babbage next week. Sir, you've not left me any instructions for the following week, and you know how much I hate leaving critical plans up until the last minute. As soon as you decide on definite plans for the holidays, please pass a message on to me, either through Hartley, who is valeting for you this weekend, or if you absolutely insist through the confounded electronic typewriter. Okay, that should be probably it. This is still offline. All right, let's head back. We still don't know how to open the safe, unfortunately. Yeah, that didn't really... So that means that this note must pertain to that. But I still don't really know how to parse the information. Unless there's, like, maybe there's, like, a library thing we can find. I'll take a screenshot or something. Just take a picture of my phone. How about that? There we go. That way, if we happen to find some sort of Reddington library, thing or something, and maybe that'll give us a clue. Still nothing. All right. Back we go. Kind of want to spend my remaining money on a banana just because we had to spend so many steps. I'm just going to do it. It's probably a bad move, but I feel like we had to use a crazy amount of steps just to kind of go back and forth. All right, so at some point, after we've, like, set up a little bit of maneuvering here, a breaker room would be good. East Wing Hall. So yeah, if we can put a breaker room on the end of this, maybe that would potentially be all right. No, but we could put... well, we don't have any money really for the commissary or gems for that matter, so the boudoir, or we could redraw. We could redraw and hope to get the breaker room. The boudoir would have the safe thingy in it, potentially, for more items, which might be the better play right now, because it's still guaranteed a exit, so let's do that. I guess it's not really a randomized thing. So I don't know what the number 4 is about on that, unless it's like a number of letters you can get, perhaps, and which one it is. Passageway, we don't have the gems for. The locksmith, we can get keys. Let's re-roll, I think, at this point. Wine cellar for gems. Commissary. If we take the wine cellar, we get gems, which will be helpful. And then we can make our way back through the East Wing Hall, but we are trying to get the breaker box if we can. I don't know. Obviously, the items for sale could get us up here. We'd still have to find the lever room, I think, to get the antechamber open, though. But maybe that's something that automatically comes up. But it's the problem is we might need, like, gems, keys, money, etc. to even get in there, so I don't know. The commissary isn't really going to help us anyway, so it's either we do the wine cellar and then hope that we get something good down here and can travel further this way, maybe, or we redraw and hope for something better. I think we're going to go for the wine cellar and just, you know, gamble a little bit because we don't really have a ton of choices here. Does this feel like a Resident Evil puzzle? That's all there is. What do you think there, Puppy Dog? Okay, thank goodness that worked, or we were going to be stuck there. We have to re-roll. I mean, we don't have to. We could take the chapel, but maybe we should take the chapel. Although, no, because that would be a straight-up dead end, too. Dining room. Seems... I mean, we really want the utility closet, but we'd be dead-ending if we do that. This at least keeps us moving, and we can maybe collect the meal, because we have technically reached rank 8. Ooh, look at that. Juicy porterhouse. The lighting definitely makes things look a little bit weird with the food, but... Have dinner. We don't have a showroom, but I don't think I'm going to worry about trying to get a showroom right now. Just give me the 20 steps, please. I ate the meat, and I just said fuck the lemons and the rosemary. Those are just garnishes after all. Okay, well, a passageway would be huge here. Hallway doors are always unlocked in the foyer. I think the passageway is just the better option in this case, but they might not be unlocked, so we'd have to rely on the lockpick. It could be dicey, but I'm going to go for it. Because we're going to run into more and more locked rooms. Shit. Come on, man. Help me out here. 7 locked doors. Not great. We could take the commissary. The chapel keeps us moving temporarily, assuming we don't run into a locked door. The commissary would also theoretically keep us moving, assuming the door is not locked. This would give us 7 chances at lockpicking a door, and one of them could have a key behind it. You know, obviously we would hope that one of the other doors just lets us pass through that's like in the cardinal directions, but so we can keep moving. But I don't know. We need keys real bad. Because we're running into more and more locked doors that aren't really letting us through with the lockpick set. Lose 1 coin to go through because we only have 1 coin, and maybe have a guaranteed chance, possibly. I don't know if it's going to be potentially locked. The other way is going to be a dead end, obviously. If we take this, we can potentially unlock those doors with the lockpick, and if we don't, maybe we can unlock one of the other ones and it'll have a key behind it or something. I think we're going to just take this. Fire into the Great Hall would have been insane, I suppose. I mean, it would have... Does that really change the nature of the Great Hall? Because I assumed that it just made the Great... Like, does the foyer change the doors in the Great Hall? Because I just assumed that it meant that, like, the doors in the foyer are always unlocked. I didn't think it would unlock doors connected to it, but I guess that would have been cool if that had been the case. Oh well. Foyer unlocks all doors in hallway rooms. Okay. That's good to know for the future. Yeah, I might have chosen that if I had known that that was the case. I'm just going to take the Great Hall and just see what happens. We don't have keys, but I'm hoping the lockpick will help us out here. Okay, we can go back and upgrade something at the very least before we leave. Do the upgrades last between runs, or does that only last for the run you're on? Okay, thankfully we get to continue at least. We can take the breaker box, but again, that doesn't necessarily help us in terms of moving forward. But I am really curious about, like, learning how to, or learning what the puzzle upgrades last between runs. Okay, I was kind of thinking that might be the case, but I wasn't sure. We could go through the commissary. I feel like I need a way out, so let's just, I guess, just put that in. But that door could also just be locked. Well, guess I'm glad I chose the way out, because we did not find any other items aside from the disc. Alright, so we know that red notes are lies, so this is a lie, in theory. We don't have a key card. Well, I guess that's it then. I wasn't expecting to get hit with a key, smacked with a key card door right there. If I had already had the breaker room somewhere, maybe the passageway has a door I didn't try yet. That's my only hope really at this point. But I think I tried them both. I'm pretty sure I did. Yep. I remember failing them both and saying shit. Well, shit. Yeah, 2 passageway doors on the Great Hall door are locked. I don't think I can go anywhere else now. We could try to go to the office and see if we can maybe figure out that safe. That's the only other thing I can really do. I'll stop in the yeah, I'm gonna use the upgrade disc. I'll do it. Can you only do like an upgrade like per terminal, or can you just keep coming back to the same terminal? I just figured I'd do it from here, but oh shit. Yeah, that went. Nook. You always draw library while drafting this room. I remember, you know, wondering about the library. I do wonder, this probably won't do anything since it's already been drawn. But if I change this to be a 2-key thing, I think the key plus bacon and eggs would also be good, and obviously the library thing would be good, but I'm just going to do the 2-key one for now. It would be really nice if somehow this created an extra key in that room since it's already there, but it probably won't. Because if that did that, that would help us immensely right now, or at least get us to one more room. Should be able to do it from all terminals. Okay, yeah, I figured as much, but go right here for a second just to check. And yeah, I don't see any other keys, so I am assuming from now on there will be 2 keys, and there's that extra coin. It did say there were 4 coins, so either I missed another 3 coins elsewhere, or they are just straight up in that one safe, and that's potentially all there is. But let's go back. Do you know, Robin, if, I'm not asking for the solution, but if, do I need to get access to the library or something like that in order to figure out the code for this terminal? Or, sorry, not the terminal, but the safe? Or not even necessarily the library, but just something? Because I don't know how to figure this out on its own. It's just numbers, and then there's this, which I'm assuming is a clue for it, but it doesn't really give me much. I tried using the margin of the count since it was the one colored differently, and just went with the number of letters in each word, so 5235, but that didn't work. I'm not even sure if it's 4 digits because the safe doesn't really indicate anything when you're pressing buttons. But the rest of the note says to please check if any books matching these titles are available for purchase in Reddington. I didn't see anything in the email about it. Don't remember where you find the specific code for that safe. Okay. So maybe this is just not anything to do with the code, or it might be a hint for the code, but we have to find it somewhere else. Yeah, maybe if we find herrings or hearings of the major in the library, if we ever get a library, we can find the code. But I don't currently have a library, nor do I have a way of creating one, I don't think, so. So yeah, I think unfortunately that we are cooked at this point. I will do a quick scan of a couple of things here, but okay, so exactly like I thought, this does not regenerate any extra steps if you come back to it later or anything. It's just 10 the first time you enter. But yeah, I don't believe we have any other ways we can go. Just looking at it right now. We have theoretically doors that could be opened if we could open them, but we don't have keys, and the lockpick decided it only wanted to work on a couple of them, so. The lockpick was actually really good. We just ran into a lot of locked doors towards the end there. Just so many locked doors. Anyway, I'll quickly check the grounds just in case anything is like changed out here. I don't really expect that to be the case, but I'm assuming nothing really changes out here except for maybe later on, like if we get a sledgehammer or something, maybe we can break open the boarded up little mine shaft looking area or something that's over here. Or not over here, but over in the other spot. There is also this orchard that we need to get a code for the padlock here. So either like certain surfaces you get footsteps on, but not everything. But yeah, this, I don't know if that's always just to be boarded up or if at some point it'll change. There's also this thing, like there's these pipes connected here or something, which makes me feel like they could even be like power cables just in piping or something. It makes me wonder if this thing operates somehow. But it might not be anything, I don't know. And then this little tunnel down here is all kind of blocked off. It probably just stays that way, but I don't know. Anyway, I guess that's it for this one. Call it a day. Alright, let's do one more attempt, and then I'll probably call it for this game after that. And not to say that we're done with it, but I might start up doing a little look outside for the hell of it. Prosaic. Because I feel like it's going to take me a while to actually win a run in this game with the way that it's been going. Hey, Karate. I'm doing all right. How are you? How was your weekend? It's good to see you. Is this locked? Okay. Let's choose a corridor from here. Nook is 2 keys now. Let's just go with that, I guess. Storeroom, parlor. Parlor would go back down the other way. Den is probably the way we want to go from here in terms of connections. Alright, we got our gem. Let's continue this way. Keep trying to make our way up as much as we can. Have to backtrack here and there, but that's all right. Yeah, see, this time it's like it was before. We're in the bedroom, but there's no car keys So that must have just been like an item spawn that we got lucky with, but we didn't find the garage or our car or whatever anyway, so it didn't really matter. But I don't see anything else, so let's just see what else we find. Oh, there's the fucking garage. Well, I'm not going to do it now because I don't have a key for a car. I mean, you do find 3 keys. That does seem useful. Let me just take the billiard room. Want to hear something crazy? I'm in Kenya right now for work, and I'm going to start heading back home tomorrow. Wow, damn. I hope that your time in Kenya has been good. It's definitely pretty crazy. Let's do the dart game thingy again. Is it always? No, it's not the same number. 6, 9. Ten minus 4, 6 times 3. Alright, I like the little math puzzle on the dartboard. We got a silver key. I just thought it was going to be another key. Unlocking a door with a silver key leads to a room with many doors. Okay, so we probably have to use it on a door that's locked, maybe? Parlor. Coat check. Check one item and retrieve it on another day. That seems really strong, but I don't want it there. Then again, the parlor is not great either. I wish you could reorient these to just rotate it so you're just like, oh yeah, let me, you know, have this going the other way. But obviously, you know, that's part of the challenge of the game, so. No matter what we do, we're ending up in a dead end. So a puzzle is going to give us gems, I think. Maybe we'd rather just have the extra steps. The coat check could be useful, but I don't really have something to check right now, so I don't want to assume we're going to want to check another item, and I don't really want to just use the silver key like that immediately, because I'm assuming checking the thing means you're giving it up for now just to get it on a later run. So, do I want the extra steps, though, or do I want the gems, because gems are needed? I guess let's go for the gems. I'm assuming the rules haven't changed. There are 3 boxes in this room. That's true. 2 boxes in this room are empty. That should also be true. This box is one of the 2 empty boxes. That's a lie, I think. Wait. One has to be false, right? Assuming the rules didn't change. There's always at least one that's true, at least one that's false. And there are only 1 box has a prize. The other 2 are always empty. Which means this statement has to be true. It just says 2 boxes in this room are empty. There are 3 boxes in this room that are there are 3 boxes in this room, which is also definitely true, which means this one has to be false. Which means it's not one of the empty boxes. It's easy enough to figure out. It's just more that I'm always like, you know, feeling like the rules might have changed before I just go to open it and jump the gun. Because I'm pretty sure if you use the key on the wrong box, you just lose the key, even though you could realistically just take the key right back out and use it again. Drawing room. I wonder if we'd rather have the drawing room later. There's not really a guarantee that we'll get it. But the drawing room does kind of make more sense here. I don't know. We've kind of hit like a bit of a dead end though, so. But yeah, let's just take this. That would be cheating. Yeah, fair. I don't think there were normally any items. I should always be on lookout for items in these rooms though, because sometimes like stuff like the car keys, I guess, can just spawn in places, so. Should definitely not assume that it's just always going to be empty or anything, just because we've been through it before. So the breaker box. Let's see if the same code works. I will go ahead and do this and give it a try. Let's turn this off. I don't know. I guess the garage, if we get a chance to do it again, we'd want that on anyways. Let me turn the dark room off. I don't know. Having it not show up in the rotation, if that's what that does, would be good. But, I don't know. Anyway, let me bring up my note thingy here. So it's off, blue, green, white, red, purple. So we got to get the white first. Figure out how to do this again. There we go. Here's a blue. So white is the fourth one. Blue. I don't know, that's gonna fuck that up. No, it didn't. Okay, off. Green. No, you fucking... Here we go. That's tricky. Oh, it opened the door out there. Which has some gems and shit in it by the looks of it. The Gemstone Cavern has been permanently unlocked and added to your campsite. Starting tomorrow, you will start with each new day with 2 gems. Alright, sick. I wonder if we can get gems out there, like just manually, if you're willing to take the extra trek. But it's probably more just for the extra gems at the start. So we do get some permanent upgrades. I'm assuming opening the orchard will help with that too, because maybe we'll unlock apples, which will give us extra steps or something. But that also seems like maybe the breaker room is something you only really need to solve once. Day 3, you have real great progress so far. Yeah. I feel like we've gotten pretty lucky. And I've worked out at least a couple of things, but nothing that's felt like too crazy difficult yet. Mind you, we've had to leave like 1 or 2 things behind that we couldn't figure out, but mostly now it's just that one safe. Food for sale. We don't have any money. Let's put a hallway here, I guess. Assuming that red memos are still lies, then that's something. Pantry just to get some money. Closet for some items, which could also mean money, theoretically. Let's do the closet. The pantry could show up again later and give us some money. Ivory dye, and is this a sleep mask? What does the sleep mask do? A black silk sleep mask. The first time you enter each bedroom with the sleep mask, gain 5 extra steps. Alright, that's cool. Alright, so we have a reroll as well, so that's really nice. Alright. I forgot I keep forgetting about the drawing room rerolls. I haven't really felt like I needed to reroll them, but the drawing room's just kind of weird like that. Well, a bedroom would be nice, but I'm kind of blocked off already, so I kind of don't really have a choice but to do the spare bedroom, I think. Sorry, spare room, I mean. Or we could redraw, but we might as well just do this, since it's moving forward. I wonder if this room will get any different as the game goes on. Now, the boudoir would give us some extra steps because I think it might count as a bedroom since it's a purple. Pantry would also be good for money. We could also get another gem from the boudoir. Let's just test the theory. Yeah, we did get the 5 extra steps, okay. Any other items? This is still the same. Yeah. Keep an eye out for extra items. This note probably has some meaning that might be important at some point, but I don't know what, if anything, yet, so... Well, I guess maybe now we can go to the pantry, get the free banana and coins. The observatory would give us an extra star, but also a dead end, so... Either we go through the commissary and use it to come back. It's an early enough rank that it's not likely to be locked or anything. I'm trying to save my redraw if I can. And we could always try to come back to this when we have more money. Or if the brass compass is already cheap enough, we could try to get that now. Let's go ahead and get the commissary. The observatory would be nice, but it's facing the wrong direction. It's like shovel for sale. Compass is worth 6, so we can't really get anything. I wonder what the salt shaker actually does. Okay. But we can come back if we get enough money for something. Security room. We can change. We want this. Can we fit it? Yes. Because if we can change the security stuff now that we've done the breaker room already, we can also turn off the key card shit now. So that they're just unlocked. So that seems huge. Let's do that. Anything different here? One trunk, one car key. It's... I don't know if this is talking about rooms we've been in. 'Cause I've could have missed the car keys. I'm not sure how I missed a trunk. But it does seem to be suggesting rooms that we've been in, so I must have missed something. A couple somethings even. Keycard system. It's early enough we could probably backtrack and be okay, but... Set security level to low, just in case, but we're gonna set them offline, because I already turned it off, I believe, so... Set them unlocked, confirm setting. So that should have them unlocked in theory. Okay. Did I type it in wrong? I think I made a typo. Either that or it changed. Okay, I think I just added an extra G or something in there. Alright, is there anything we need to do here? It's still office only. Transfers, that something will come up eventually, I assume. I think we're okay. Just log out. Where would the trunk have been? And the car key, for that matter. I don't really want to go looking around, but if we get stuck, then obviously that could be important. Laundry room? Launder currency. Okay. The courtyard is pretty big. It does still require a gem. Furnace seems real shitty. Unless there's a way at some point to synergize with red rooms so that they're actually beneficial. Because this seems like the worst thing to get. I don't think I'm going to find a shovel in here, but we could get lucky, and it's still a way to pass through. Yeah. Oh, no, there is. I thought maybe it would only give us the shovel the first time. It still might not be guaranteed. Okay, coin. I'd like some more gems and keys, too. Turnip. Okay. Steppies. I don't mind that at all. Rock. Not worth picking up. Shows how much you know. Certainly bash open a window. Old tin can. Not sure who's burying old tin cans and rocks out here, but, okay, well, not the most fruitful. We got 6 extra steps. Maybe we could backtrack, but again, I don't know where I would have missed the trunk and the car keys. But let's just keep going forward. 4 items for a walk-in closet. This might be a reroll, because we're at a dead end, technically. The chapel won't dead end us, but we'll lose money, so I guess let's go ahead and do it. Get lucky. The pool adds a locker room, sauna, and pump room to today's draft pool. Okay. Oh, I thought I had a gem. Well, shit. Maybe we need to backtrack now because I don't really... Shit. Are you fucking kidding me, man? We're done with this run already? I swear to God I had a gem. I thought I had one. Did the reroll cost me one, or am I just crazy? Car keys are probably in the trunk. Yeah, that makes sense. Was I out of gems? I don't know why, but I just, like, I could swear I had one gem still, but maybe I spent it and just didn't realize. Unfortunately, this is just the end, so I guess this is the best option. The courtyard did cost a gem, but for some reason I thought I had 2 when I came in here. And spent 1. So I thought I still had 1, but maybe it was the other way around. Either way, I clearly have 0 now, so... I guess we will do the code check and just try to check the key for next time, because... We made progress for the overall game by getting the utility closet stuff done. At the very least. It just sucks that this run ended so quickly. I will put the silver key in, because there's multiple items that are useful here, but the silver key seems like the one worth really saving. I guess let's go see where we missed that just for the hell of it. Since we have steps to burn. And that sucks though. We just got really unlucky that the chapel would have kept us going at the cost of coins. It just sucks that we lost out on any options there, but I really feel like I had a gem. I mean, feel free to tell me I'm wrong if anyone saw clearly or looks back in the VOD and can see for sure that I didn't have a gem, but I just really thought that I did for some reason. So where is this trunk then? Ah, here it is. No car key. Oh, well, we have a gem, though. Well, never mind. Doesn't fucking matter. Man, shit. I could have done something now. I figured that the car keys were the only thing in the trunk because we didn't find them. But I, in fact, did just miss them somewhere. And if I had not... Well, it wouldn't have mattered, I guess, because you can't walk away from a door once you've selected a draft, so, or once you've clicked on it, I mean. That's one thing I kind of don't overly like. I feel like the game could give you the littlest bit of leeway there so that if you click on the wrong door or something, it's not forcing you to select a room to draft. It's fine overall. I just think that can sometimes lead to some harsh outcomes that you otherwise might have avoided by simply being able to back out. Oh, there they are. I swear I even kind of looked there too. I just was kind of in a hurry when I got to this room. All right, well, we ended up with a gem and all that, but again, we can't open anything. Because unfortunately, you know, again, if you had the means of backing away from a door, it would be fine. Because we could just go back to that door and use a gem. But yeah, unfortunately, that's not an option, so... So anyway, let me go, I guess just out. We'll go quickly check the gem cave thingy that opened up for us, just to see if there's anything you're actually able to do there. And then screw it. I'll do one more day since this one was short. Just gotta figure out how to open up the combination for this thing. I wonder if the pantry note has anything to do with that. Okay, so this is pretty much what I was expecting. You can see the gems in here, but you can't interact with them, but there is something to read. Here's the last of the equipment for the new mine. I don't think we're going to need more than this, especially if we're going to limit excavation to 2 stones per day. I was told by the engineer that getting greedier than that might risk the structural integrity of the cave walls, so I suppose we'll have to adhere to his expert opinion, at least for now. We managed to remove all but one minecart from the old tunnels, 2 of which were too rusted and worn down to be of any use to us up here, so Dave went ahead and made the call to scrap them. I'm not sure that the foreman is going to be too happy about that, but hopefully you can smooth it over. Now, there is still one more cart down there, but it's locked on a short track and it's way too difficult to move from the reservoir side. It's a little bit awkward because it's blocking the passage, so I suggest someone move it from the other side if they can get over there. The boss informed us that there are 2 other ways into the site from that side, but I think we're going to leave that for someone else to finish up if the old man really wants it done. So that does make it sound like the blocked off little mine shaft that we saw might actually be accessible at some point if we can, but we may have to find something in the house. What does that do? Oh. Okay, so I was right. These things do something. I love the fucking pilot burner noise. That's fantastic. I'm gonna guess that probably stays that way, but we probably have to find 4 of these then. And that's gonna do something significant when we find all 4. Maybe that's what actually opens the 46th room, and we just have to find all 4, and the antechamber has one of them or something. I'm gonna quickly make a detour back to... Oh yeah, there's one there too. Back to the pantry. Just to see if in the pantry that little note about getting fruit has anything to do with a potential combination for the little orchard there. It probably does not, but I want to just take a look. Because you never know with these things. We've got the steps to use, so... okay. It's just 5 of each thing. That probably doesn't really mean anything. I'm assuming, especially since there's only 3 numbers, but I'm assuming we're going to need to find some other thing that's going to tell us about the orchard. I mean, again, you could theoretically brute force that lock eventually if you want to spend enough time doing it, because I'm sure you could probably unlock it, unless it requires you having found a thing in the game to be able to open it. But I'll just quickly try some 5s, I guess. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense, but... I don't think... It doesn't seem overly likely that there's anything about it here that we can really get. Yeah, I'm fairly certain that we're just gonna have to find something in there at some point to help us unlock the orchard. And that when we do, it'll be like the gemstone cave, and that it'll give us like some extra steps or something per day, or extra food available in the house or something. I don't know. But I think that's it. I guess we're gonna have to call it a day there. Let's do another one quick. Maybe we'll just keep going. We're already at like 3 hours, depending on how long the next one. Charming Cottage. Yeah, we didn't exactly get very far on that one because we had a lot of curving rooms and unfortunately a number of dead ends, and we just got unlucky at the end there. But yeah, I do want to start Look Outside, which, by the way, it's not a blind playthrough when I play that game on stream, but I might wait till Wednesday anyway. It's just a game that I've been wanting to play on stream, but I have already actually played it myself, so... Okay, we do just start with 2 gems, so yeah, that's nice. Let's go left. Getting the breaker box out of the way would certainly be nice, but we don't exactly need it right now. Wood and brass magnifying glass. Inspect documents of the estate more closely. What does that mean? Oh, there's a division thing. Yeah, so I already understood the order of operations, and I'm sure I would have guessed the division thing, but I haven't seen that happen yet, so maybe once you get up to a certain point, you start getting hit with division. What does that say? Sinclair has many something secrets that he will take to his grave, probably. Antechamber appears to be sealed by all 4 sides. Must be a way to open. Yeah, the levers that we've heard about. Okay, well, the magnifying glass is kind of fun. Let's do a hallway here. Yeah, I don't know what potential secrets could be hidden on some of these, so I'm sure a lot of them are going to have nothing special, but you never know. A storeroom would potentially be nice at this point. It's early enough that dead ending here is probably not going to be the worst, but a bedroom and then putting in something at a dead end might be better. But getting a guaranteed key, gem, and coin might be the better option. Just kind of lose out on a room instead. Anything else? I don't think so. Okay, now we can do the billiard room, I guess. The bedroom would just circle around. I think we want to be able to go up. The observatory would also be nice, but let's do the billiard room. The observatory will probably come up again, hopefully. Yeah, I'm definitely like just on the hunt for items at this point now because they definitely can appear in rooms that I'm not expecting them to be in. So I have to be careful about that. 18 minus 10. 5 times 2. So we finally have division showing up. 8 divided by 4. Oh, actual potential tricky one. We got a key card for once. Opens electronically powered security doors. Doesn't say like the level of the key card or anything. Unless like the little triangle is to indicate something, maybe. Well, security would be useful. It's going to cost us a gem, but it's also a decent hallway, so let's go ahead and do that. There only is one level. Okay. So probably just setting it to low is the thing to do then. So we don't need to worry about the breaker room then, in theory. Because if we just have the key card we still get to hang on to, right? Like you get to use it repeatedly. It doesn't get used, I'm assuming. Like, I mean, obviously I'm assuming it'll disappear after the run, but I mean, like, it doesn't get used up just using it once. Setting it to high is better. So, hold on. System settings, security level. Oh, determines the amount of doors. I just thought it was, I see. So obviously then high would be better, yeah, because you have the key card. Sorry, I thought it was like a clearance level thing. We'll still change the offline mode to unlocked because that shouldn't fuck with anything, especially if we just don't bother with the breaker room. Wait, is there anything else I need to do here? Yeah, we haven't missed anything. Yeah, I misunderstood that. I thought it was like a just like a clearance thing, and there'd be like different levels of key cards. I didn't realize it was the amount of doors, so that's useful. Shit's always like too expensive for me to bother with the special orders. I rarely ever have enough money. There was like one time where we had kind of a lot of money and then I bought it all. I spent it all on food immediately. Alright. Well, I guess we could dead end it. Whenever you draft a bedroom, gain 5 steps. I think let's just do the guest bedroom. This has a better payoff in the long run, but I don't want to spend gems. I could do the dark room. Let's just do the guest bedroom. Food is important, to be fair. Yeah. definitely looks like KL to me. We got a key. The key was just a freebie. That's not marked on there, so that's useful. Okay. Well, that feels like it kind of paid off then for being a dead end. Oof. Well, we only have one coin to lose, so I guess the chapel's going to be the way to go here, because the rest are dead ends, unless we want to return to the entrance hall, which is fine, but let's just get the chapel out of there. You want to give me anything for my troubles here, game? Any items? Any items? Nope. Nothing that I can see, at least. Courtyard. Okay, we ran into this last time. I think the courtyard would still be worth it for the potential to dig up different items, as long as we don't get unlucky with the gem shortage. I'm gonna do it again, because at least this time we can backtrack to the entrance hall. But I hope we don't somehow get fucked over this time. There's a trunk here, too. Alright, so this time the shovel was not guaranteed, which I kind of figured that was going to end up happening, but it still sucks. A lot of money, though. Of course, there was money right on the other side of the chapel, which means we're going to lose it if we have to backtrack, but... The garage... I guess the garage is still something that you could... Okay, I'm assuming the garage has something important going on with a potential unlock, because not only do you need car keys, but there's an on-off switch for the garage itself, which I'm wondering, since it's, I think, off by default, you can turn the power on and then maybe use the car to get out, and that does something for you. Maybe it unlocks a new thing. But that means that you have to get the utility closet and the garage in one run. And the car key, for that matter. Alright, bedroom it is. I really want to do the garage, but... I was wondering if we could use the magnifying glass on pictures. There could be little hidden details on some of these that are really hard to see without this. Like, it's probably nothing, but that one window right there kind of looks like a 5. Which makes me think that, like, considering the one thing is, like, you know, the books in Reddington, makes me think that, you know, Reddington itself could even be the clue. And I was like, oh, maybe 5 and 0 somehow part of the combination, but I'm assuming that's just probably the way that thing looks. It might be something, but I don't see enough of anything else really to be able to tell that really looks significantly like a number. At least it's like fairly easy to discern as a number. Like, there's kind of a little squiggly bit there that looks like it could be a 9 or like a 7 or something over there. You know, there's lots of possibilities, but it's probably nothing. Okay, I thought there was something else to interact with for a second there, but I think it just kind of glitched. Alright. Secret passage is usually nice. The parlor would probably be fine, except it's going to dead end, so I guess the secret passage is the way to go. It's going to cost us our only other gem, unfortunately, but I think let's just do that. So we could have a hallway. We could get lucky and get the foyer and have all other hallways be unlocked, I guess. Maybe. don't know if we want to mark it, even though we do have some money. Being able to buy a shovel would be nice for the courtyard, but I'm gonna just go with hallway and hope for something good. Of course it's locked. Well, hallway doors are always unlocked, but it costs 2 fucking gems, of course. Hey, Shadok, how's it going? Well, we could do the corridor. We do have 3 keys, so we could theoretically make use of the Great Hall if we want to use up 2 of our keys immediately, just to open the doors. The corridor is probably, at this point in time, the better option. If I had 2 gems, man, if I had 2 gems. I didn't even realize or think about the fact that it would probably cost gems. So I guess let's just do the corridor. How are you doing, Shadok? How was your weekend? Saw someone play this the other day. It looks really cool. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's a pretty neat puzzle game. It's tricky. I wouldn't say the puzzles are overly too hard yet. There have been some that I haven't been able to figure out, but it's mostly just because I lack the information, I think. Den would probably be fine. Getting the breaker box at some point from like a good spot for a dead end would also be useful. Just to be able to like have another chance at the garage at some point if we want to turn that on, but we'd still also need to find the car keys. There's all those gems we needed. A little too late, but still happy to have them regardless. Okay, I don't see any items. Or any other items, rather. Running into a lot of locks right now. Running out of keys real fast. We don't really need food that bad, so I kind of feel like holding off on the kitchen. I guess we'll just go for the pantry. Besides, we get a free banana in here anyway, so. Bro, why is every door running into locked? That's all my keys. Alright. Spare bedroom, kitchen. I think spare bedroom, really, but it's probably going to be locked again. Give me some fucking keycard doors, man. I have a keycard that's just doing nothing. Let me guess. Okay, thank God. Now, the commissary would probably be useful at this point. We could buy a shovel and go back to the courtyard and see if we get anything lucky. The parlor will give us something guaranteed as long as we do the puzzle right, but I feel like if we get a shovel, we'd be in better shape. If we have enough gems, I feel like that's worth it. Let's just see what's available, I guess. Oh, there's our keycard door, thankfully. Shovel for 6. We can buy a key for 10. Man, I'm sure that that's extra worth it. I'm gonna get the shovel, though. Should we buy the salt shaker? I don't... The salt shaker maybe just makes food more efficient. I wish it told you what these do. Also buy gems, but I kind of feel like I should save my money. Thankfully, we don't have to walk through the chapel to get to the courtyard. It is still going to cost us 6 steps just to get there, and then 6 steps back. Well, not from the bedroom, I guess, but it's going to be a little pricey on the steps. But I'm hoping to be able to just dig up some free keys, and then maybe we'll feel comfortable in buying the salt shaker just to see what it does. Okay, coins is certainly welcome. I will buy a key if we have enough money for it. It might be our only option because we are not getting much here. Old shoe. All right, well, I guess we'll buy 1 key for 10 gold. Kind of sucks, but definitely a little costly on the steps there. But I feel like the key is going to really be necessary. You can always come back with you need it, assuming that I have the steps, yeah. But I guess we could. In case we need gems or something. Beep boop boop. Dining room. We're not at rank 8 yet, but having the dining room as an option is still good. Especially since the others just kind of go in the wrong directions. Because we can backtrack to the dining room if we reach rank 8, which is 2 levels up. And get a big meal. We don't know what the meal is because we haven't been to the kitchen. But could still be good. Drawing room, okay. Worth a gem for that. Don't assume there's anything else here to look at. I wish you had the magnifying glass all the time. It's kind of a really nice item. Alright, let's try to go up so we can see if we can get that access to the thing quickly. Do I redraw? The boudoir would be fine, but it might be better to redraw at this point. Let's try it. The observatory might be the better one, although it does cost a gem. The boudoir would have given us a gem. But in terms of what we have, this is probably the better option. I mean, the walk-in closet could also be good, and we have 2 options to go down, but we can't guarantee that we're going to be able to go left and up for if we do that. So let's do the observatory and hope for something good here. Is there anything to see in these? This is a lot for examination, but... The slice for 3 extra steps. I mean, it's better than nothing, I guess. It's starting to get a little costly on the gems here. We could take something else like the closet and then make our way back. It might be better to do that because we're going to have to go down anyway. But I don't know if it's worth going down 2 things. But we could spend our money on food and get the extra steps. Let's do that, I guess. So find out what the main course is. Stuffed wild quail. It's 10 extra steps. We have the trophy room, which we don't have, but that's okay. Served atop plum agradou with roasted potatoes, bacon lardons, and wild chives. We don't have any red rooms, I think. Or no, we do have the chapel, but that would only be 5 steps. Let's just buy the club sandwich. Leave it there. Might have been a little more than we should have spent, but that's okay. That's unfortunate. So we're backtracking anyway, till we can hopefully find a key. Man, you can't be fucking serious. Do not be fucking locked, please. I hate when the game... This is one thing I genuinely dislike about the game, though. Like, it's just that easy to just fucking run out. Man. Because you can't back away from doors. If you could back away from doors so you know that it's safe to investigate a door first, to be like, oh, I'm gonna need a key for this, instead of being forced into drawing a room to strategically kind of plan them out. Because now I can't go back and buy a key at the commissary because I spent it on food. But realistically, the odds of all three of these doors being locked is kind of ridiculous. And yeah, sometimes the game just fucking screws you like that. I guess I'll go all the way back to the entrance hall. We're not technically done. We could find a key. But it sucks that that just happened. We have to go through chapel as well, which means we're gonna lose a coin doing that. There was something I wanted to check. Shit, what was it? There was something I was thinking about with security, and now I don't remember what it was. Oh, I know. Just the inventory. Okay, just to see if I had missed anything. Like, we set the security to high, and it gave us, so far it's given us one keycard door. Maybe all the keycard doors are just beyond that. Okay, we have no choice but to take the pool here. Unless we got lucky enough to have it find a key in one of the other rooms, but... Pool rules. The draft pool is your deck of potential floor plans. Each time you draft 3 random floor plans, you are drawn from the draft pool for you to select from. The odds of drawing a specific floor plan may differ depending on the room. Some rooms are more rare than others. Floor plans added to the draft pool are removed at the end of the day, unless otherwise stated. No running. Come on, give me a key. Yes, thank you. Now the problem is, do I click on these doors and accidentally run into another locked door, thus using my key and my path forward, or do I immediately go back? It's probably better to immediately go back, but I also need other items, so please don't be locked. Okay. Keys for sale. I only have one. I don't have any gems. The boudoir seems like the better option. The closet for 2 items could also be good, but we don't know what the items are. This gives us a gem and a means to go up as well. I'm going to do the boudoir. I guess that's true. You do get to choose if you want to use a key. But even so, the reason that I investigate doors the way that I do, or hesitate to investigate them, is not because I don't, or that I'm worried about being forced to use a key or anything, but more, does that little leaf pattern mean something? I never really noticed that before. It's more, again, just that I don't want to be forced into, like, creating a different room that ends up being a problem. We could do the utility closet here now and maybe get the garage from somewhere just to see what happens, but we still don't have the car keys, so it's probably not the best call. So maybe the parlor for more gems. There could also be a key in there. I'm just going to be paranoid enough to check this every time. Always one true, always one false, 2 others are always empty. This is M. Lowry, like I said, so I'm not sure who KL is. Items. There were car keys in this room last time, but not this time. Alright. You are in the parlor. That is true. This box is empty. We'll see. The blue box is true. Yes. So it should be the white box then, because we are in the parlor, and the blue box is indeed true. So that means this is a lie. Well, there's the office. I don't know. We still don't know the combo for the office. I do want to go to the office at some point again, and getting the extra money would be good because we could potentially buy another key from the commissary. But it's going to cost 2 of our gems to go in is my only concern. I think spreading money and hoping that we get enough to buy another key would actually maybe be the thing to do, because there's 3 locked doors over here. So even that's going to cost us kind of heavily. We just have to hope that that's the right play. It's nice that just opens automatically. You don't have to worry about, like, losing a key or something. Okay, this note has not changed at all. Still don't really know what we can learn from it. I still think we have to find a library or something, and then find a book, either the March of the Count or the last one called the Hearings of the Major. Okay. Electronic mail. I think this is all the same. This is still nothing. I don't think there's anything we need to do here. So yeah, we can continuously open this, but we don't have the combination, so we got to figure out where that is and add it to our notes at some point. Right, now we got to try to get back with the 1 key that we have and hope to get some money as we do. Look for some money distributed in the rooms. Some food as well at some point. I can't really be re-entering a lot of dead-end rooms because I need the steps, so hopefully there's not too much money that we're missing out on by skipping over them. I'm also just not really finding a lot of money. Maybe we just haven't come across one of the rooms yet. There we go. Okay, so it's not necessarily evenly distributed per se. Be really nice if we could steal some money out of the chapel after having to deposit. Oh, we can. Haha, fuck you. We almost have enough for another key. We just need one more coin. There we go. So, but again, I'm not sure if I should immediately buy said key, or if I should unlock a door first and then see where we go and come back, because we might need gems or something in the long run, because we might find keys. We're also getting low on steps again. I really am hoping... Okay, well, here's enough money to kind of help that out. Let's buy a key just to hedge our bets. We could buy a gem, because we're not... I don't think I'm going to get the salt shaker. It probably makes food better or something, but let's just buy a couple gems just for insurance. And hope for the best. If we can just make it to the 8th rank, we can come back to this room and get a meal for 20 extra steps, so which will definitely help a lot. We just have to figure out how to get up there. Any more monies anywhere? Wish I had 2 gold left so I could buy a banana, just because we're getting that low on steps. Okay, well, the rumpus room is good for money, and we could buy something there. We could also get the silver key if we do the claim ticket, but I don't know if that's the right call, frankly. Money might be the better option right now. I'm just gonna go for the rumpus room. We haven't been in the rumpus room yet before anyway. Does this cost money? It probably does. Yeah, insert coin. Would worry about getting enough rooms to spend the steps on first. I mean, yeah, for sure, but... I'm not gonna, because I don't know what your deal is just yet. It's all fucking locked. Okay, fine. Let's just see what your deal is.
And, as it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin.
This is a little more intense than I was expecting.
Face to face
That's
with the great
I'm getting Tom
Al-Zahra.
Hanks. Be big tomorrow.
And I suspect you wish me to look into your future. The image is becoming clear. I see a boy standing on a shore of white sand. He is looking for something. Something he was told he would not find. I see a black cat tied to a red flag.
Kitty cat.
I stir. I see a door marked by a rogue moon. A door that is always locked, yet has no key. It is the door you have been searching for, yet will not find. A lost room beyond the dark waters.
Zoltar got an upgrade, yeah.
What you have heard here has been foreseen.
I did see that the door was marked with a moon,
by
and
the great Alazara.
the picture of the one woman in the
Until
bedroom,
the dawn of
she
the
has like a similar
following day,
crescent moon necklace.
I will have nothing more to say.
Not really mean anything, but okay. Well, thanks for all that. I guess I will open this door with my one and only final key. Just notice the doggo cam. Yeah. He's a sleeping boy. Start the day with 20 extra steps. That's kind of cool. Control water flow throughout the estate. Okay, well, this would go back to the left. The passageway would give us multiple options, but it does use up all of our gems. The woman in the bedroom. Yeah. Control water flow. That seems important. And we only get the pump room, or at least is guaranteed a pump room, because we have the pool. Maybe we can do something else with the pool if we do something with the water. I'm gonna do it just because I need to know what the deal is. Kitchen. Pump control panel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Tank 1, tank 2. Pump tank switch. Reserve tank. Water source selection. This is like the bottle puzzle. Kinda. Maybe drain the pool. Do you need the breaker room to turn on the power first? You probably should drain the pool. So that's what I was thinking before, but I don't know. I think we took money out of the water out of the reserve tank. How do I get it to go back in? Let's do this. I'm not sure what's considered you know, what's hooked up to the reserve tank then? Unless that's this middle one, maybe, but... This is confusing. There's a map here. I don't think the pump room had anything to do with the breaker. I could be wrong, but yeah, the reserve tank just kind of like is off on its own, doing its own fucking thing. 5-6 pump 4. Can we go back there? I didn't even see that. I want to try, like, I think filling up the greenhouse might be okay, but I do want to try, like, draining the pool if possible. So, for tank 2, it's pump 3 and 2. Do the numbers... There are 6 things, so maybe that the numbers here correspond to that. So we could do, like, tank 4, or tank... Pump 4 is for the pool, I think. Maybe. I don't know if it matters. You want a small tip? I don't know. I'm not sure that I need it. But it's hard to tell. The only thing I'm, like, uncertain of is if... Like, I can move water around between, like, these destinations and these things. It's a matter of, can I get the water flowing from between these and stuff so I can put them back into areas where I want to store the water so I can ultimately drain the pool, but I'm having trouble moving water between these two. I don't know if pump 2. Pump 2 tank switch, but I don't know. Something I keep running by. I guess that's fine. It's not quite what I was looking for, but the confusion is like the middle pump. 'Cause I don't know if am I supposed to just be trying to Can they also not go lower? No, they can go lower than maybe that's just the lighting. I can't tell if it's like if 1 is just where it stops. No, it goes lower than 1. Okay. Putting water into the pool. It's a lot of levers, that's for sure. How do I get the water to go back and forth between these again? Can I not? Am I just misunderstanding how this fucking thing works? Hang on 1 second. Alright, sorry about that. Roommate was here to pick up the puppy dog. It's possible. I don't know if I have to drain all the water. We might have to just get it down to a certain point, but I feel like we probably have to get rid of all of it. And draining the pool might not even do anything for all I know, but... I'm so fucking confused by this thing. I want that water over here, but I can't figure out how the fuck to get it there. Maybe I have to just move it somewhere else. From somewhere else. It's just confusing because there's this little lever on the back of this and it doesn't seem like it does what you'd think it would do. These schematics could be drawn to be more clear for sure. 1 and 2 are controlled by the pump in the middle. That's the fountain and the reservoir. Having extra space in those would be nice, potentially, but 3 is pump 1, 5 is pump 1, 4 and 6, meaning the kitchen and the pool, are controlled by this tank, or rather this pump, and this pump. But then they both theoretically go to tank 2, or sorry, I guess this one goes to tank 1 also. But then there's this fucking thing, which just makes very little sense to me, because, like, pump 2 tank switch. Which just seems to kind of not do anything, even though I'm sure it's supposed to do something, but I'm just not getting how to make it actually work because these levers are kind of confusing. It shouldn't be confusing, but when all you have are little up and down arrows that kind of indicate like a direction of flow, but then going in different directions almost seems to do different things, it's very hard to understand which controls which thing. Pump 2. So it just switches between the things that pump 2 controls, because, like, the problem is that's just these things, the fountain and the reservoir. I mean, I guess that's useful, but hang on, maybe I can... Alright. So we can fill those from the reservoir. I just need to get water elsewhere is the only thing. So the kitchen is pump 1. Wait, no. Pump 2. There's just a lot of steps to this. All right, pool. Just trying not to get ahead of myself, and I'm overthinking the shit out of this. I hope that's considered drained enough, because I was like, well, maybe we need to get more water into here first. But like I said, I didn't want to think like 12 steps in advance, because you have to like swap their water around a bunch of times. All right, I guess I'll go back to the pool. We only have 14 steps, though. I can't even make it back to the pool. I have to buy food, but I don't have a lot of food to buy. This is the problem, is that I'm running out of fucking steps, is what I was saying before. I could buy the tomato soup. It would give me 5 steps, and buy the banana for like another 3. That would maybe get me there, but that's probably going to be the end of the run then. Because we still haven't made it to the fucking 8th rank. If we could have just made it to the 8th rank... Yeah, I know about the door, but... we still don't have the car keys. The keys in the garage would still be useful. The bedroom does pay for itself, yeah, but let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 rooms to get there. Now, if we stop in the kitchen, which we have to... Wait, I didn't even count. It's 19 rooms because I have to go over these. We could get upwards of 8 extra steps, which might be enough. But I don't know that we're making it very far from the pool, if that's the case. That's not the end of the world, necessarily. Now, we could get the West Hall wing and hope to get, like, a fucking bedroom or something. If we had... if this had a fucking door, dude, and this would be a lifesaver, because we could immediately jump to the bedroom, but... You're supposed to drain the pool by moving the water into the tanks, so the tanks don't have enough space to contain the water. Kind of, yes. You have to move the water between the 2 different tanks and then into the reservoir and sort of back and forth. So, you know, we had to just kind of move shit around. Eventually, we drained the pool, but it's just that the steps to it are not very clear. It's not that hard. I was overthinking it because I thought I had to move things around more. And it also just took me longer than I would have liked to figure out exactly which direction the water was flowing based on which lever, because the pump in the middle was kind of throwing me off. I thought there was supposed to be a way to move water between the 2 tanks more directly, but there isn't. You just have to move things between the different sources and back. So it's a little convoluted. Do I get keys and a dead end and somehow hope there's a piece of food in there or something? Well, but then we would just dead end anyway, because it would be the end of the run. So the hall is really the only choice, I think. We'll go in. We should be able to buy food if we have to backtrack. It's just not going to necessarily be a lot. Would it kill y'all to leave a fucking apple sitting around once in a while? Of course it's fucking locked. Well, that's what I expected. You know, you'd think by putting it on fucking high security that it would fucking put some goddamn keycard doors in once in a while. I was really hoping the fish would sing for us. Oh well. All right, let's see what food we can buy and hope that we can at least make it to the pool. At least, like you were saying, the water stays drained, so that's something. Okay, that's all we can buy. Which I think will maybe be enough to get us there, just barely, but then we have to stop. And I wasn't the only one hoping for the fish thing. If this motherfucking thing did not need to be rank 8, it's honestly hard to get to rank 8. I have not been to rank 9 yet. But ranks being the rows here, so the top is rank 9. But in order for the main course to become available, like I've gotten the dining room on like every run, but we need the main course to become available to get the big food benefit out of it. But you have to reach rank 8 for that to happen. And then just come back to it, basically, if you have it on the map already. I would love to find another unlock, like, for if, like, opening the pool up unlocks something for, the kitchen, or not the kitchen, the orchard, for example, just so that, you know, if there's something that's like gives you extra steps every day, like that would be amazing. Are we even gonna make it there? Yes, with 2 rooms to spare, and it's just money. Okay, well, I mean, that's cool for the future. But again, if I had known that, I wouldn't have bothered. Alright, well, that is all we can really do here at this point in time. So I will call it a day here now, I guess, because we can't really make it anywhere else to check anything or really do much of anything there. It'd be nice, since the office is like right next to us, if there was some way to like throw money into the next run you're gonna do. But yeah, unfortunately we can't really do that. I don't think so. But if we unlock the pool again, at least then we have that. I do wonder if there's a reason to unlock other stuff, like maybe draining the reservoir is necessary to get to the mine shaft or something, but I don't know. Alright, well, we're already 4 hours in, so let's do one more run, and then I'll probably call it for the stream after that. But yeah, regardless of not having like made it to the end or anything, I'm still having a really good time with this. I think this game is really fun. It's a little understated in some ways, but I kind of dig the vibe overall. And I do enjoy me some puzzles. I actually kind of wish it was a little bit more puzzly, if I'm honest. I was kind of expecting more rooms to have more like just escape roomy puzzles going on in them. But I don't like hate what we've got here or anything. Drawing room, I guess. Trying to keep an eye out for trunks and shit and just other items in general more frequently now. Billiard room, pantry, both good items. Like the little math puzzle in the billiard room is great. And don't get me wrong, I don't think every room should necessarily have a little puzzle like that in it. I just would like to see a few more puzzle rooms. And maybe there are more that just haven't really come up. Obviously the entire, you know, tile system is kind of its own puzzle in a way. I just feel like I would kind of like to see a little more because it's part of what I enjoy. Ooh, money. some free monies. It's times. Got a good amount of keys to start with this time, but no matter how many like I get of a thing in surplus, I always run out of them really fast. It would seem anyway. Alright, I'm not going to read the thing this time. I'm assuming the rules have stayed the same as they always have, so let's just get on with it. The statement on the white box is true. There is a second wind-up key in this room. I don't think that's true, which would make them both lies, but let's just quickly look and see if there's another key. I don't see one. What does the third thing say? This box and the white box are both empty. That seems like it's probably the true statement. I like that this can potentially get a little harder. So even though this box is theoretically a liar, it doesn't mean it doesn't have the gems. But assuming that this is a lie, and we are fairly certain this is a lie. Like, this pretty much has to be a lie unless there's a key hidden somewhere that I'm just not seeing. But I don't think they would hide it, really. I think they would make it relatively obvious. And there's never been a second key. There wouldn't really be a need for one. So this is a lie, which makes that a lie, which makes this one true. This box and the white box are both empty, so this should be the one with the gems in it. Let's go with the den. I'm trying to kind of get up to higher ranks quickly, but I do think that there's strategy involved in not necessarily doing that. Like, obviously, even just getting certain red rooms out of the way early might be beneficial, but I don't know. I think finding certain rooms later might be beneficial. But it is going to kind of depend on where you are, I guess, and what you've got. Corridor is always left unlocked. Observatory for another star could be useful. So every time we get a star, it increases the constellation, I guess. The slice is kind of like meh, but it's weird because, like, does it cycle? Does it eventually just get to the point where it just always stays at the maximum amount? I don't even remember what the max one was, but one of them's kind of bad, but you still want to kind of get through it to get to the next one. I'm going to take the corridor for now. Free metal detector. Greater chance of finding keys and coins. Well, that's nice. I would love a shovel, since we just found that, but there's not one here. So let's go this way, I guess. We have not yet been in the laboratory, so I do feel like we should check that out now. I typically work over at Cinca Labs, but got sent over here for a month to assist more with the new turbine tests. I think I need some help. For the past 3 days, I've been unable to find the laboratory on the estate. Today was the first success on that front. Can anyone tell me if this is typical, and if so, how do you get any work done? Before I arrived, I was briefed on the way the doors work, but I must admit I did not expect to be excluded from my new workstation for the first week. Any tips from my fellow technicians would be appreciated. Kimberly Thompson. Okay. A lot of puzzles are there between different rooms or needing certain combinations of rooms, which I'm not sure how I feel about it. On one hand, I think the game would be too easy to finish everything fast, but on the other hand, it sucks when you just can't get the right combination. Yeah, and like it's fine. It's like every other roguelike having RNG and stuff, but this machine requires additional power piped in from the boiler room. I don't think we can do anything until we do the boiler room thing, probably, with this, if we can find it. And there's a lot happening in this room. The periodic table of elements. I'll take a picture of this just in case it comes up later. I'm not sure what it is trying to say just now. Okay. Done and done. Given the arrow here and stuff, I have a feeling that this pertains to the combination of levers you need to pull over here. But I don't know quite how to read this just yet. And there's not much point at the moment until we get the boiler room thing. So this is another room that's dependent on another room existing. Effective immediately, electronic mail can only be accessed via the security terminal. Well, we know that's a lie. We haven't been on the laboratory terminal yet, so that's cool. Metal detector. Oh, broken lever. Okay. Heating and cooling curves. H2O melting point at 0.1 ppt to 5.5 ppt. Room temp. Complete thaw, melting point ice, test atmospheric pressure. Randolph M. Okay. I don't think there's anything for us to do with this right now. I was starting to think we'd have to like reforge the lever somehow. Maybe we do, but I don't know. Let's check out that terminal. Experiment setup, research logs, pause experiment. I thought maybe we could get the Synca thing working from here. Still nothing but the office for that. In the laboratory, you are free to experiment by testing and combining different mechanics to create an original, unique house feature that will last till the end of the day. Continue with experiment. Each time you ate an apple, gain 1 star. Add a small chest to the entrance hall, or gain 1 key for every 2 hallways in your house. When you draft a hallway from another hallway, gain... Okay, so we select one of these. I've never eaten an apple, by the way. I think we need to unlock the orchard to start getting apples, or at least in any sort of frequency, because they haven't shown up once. But I need the combination to the orchard in order to do that. When you draft a hallway from another hallway, gain 1 key for every 2 hallways in your house. That seems like the best one right now, because I don't know if apples are even going to show up, and I don't want to draft red rooms. Especially not to lose 1 star. This one. And the key synergy seems good. I don't know if it'll come up, but we'll see. Research logs will be available the day after. Okay. Alright, well that seems to be more or less all we can do here right now. notes. While drafting, you will no longer be able to see all 3 of your potential floor plans. So you lose 1 or maybe 2 out of 3 if you take that. It's still like a 4-door room, which is nice, but losing an option seems really rough in this game. I think I will take the security room, even though it does cost a gem. I go through gems so quick in this. The gem rooms are almost always worth it, is the thing. Okay, we have not found a key card yet. We should still do the key card thing. I guess for now, set it to low because we don't have one. I missed something else. Okay, we didn't miss anything. All right. So, and if we find a key card, we'll set it back to high. Not that it really helped us last time, unfortunately. We only ran into 1 fucking key card door. Secret passage. I definitely don't want to lose half my steps, thank you. So this counts as a hallway, I think. So if we make another hallway, we should gain keys, I think. Let's try it. This just doesn't count as a hallway, I don't know, but so we put a hallway here. This will be the first time we actually made it to rank 9. The aquarium is every color of room, which is cool but also not cool. We don't really need a passageway, so a hallway would work just fine here. Come on, give me the keys. Yeah, okay. Experiment successful. Oh, damn. Okay, I guess they do sometimes kind of hide stuff a little bit. Alright, so the antechamber. We need to figure out the lever shit for this. At least we've made it this high. That's nice. I was kind of hoping for another hallway. If we do the breaker box, we can turn off keycard doors in case we run into one, but that doesn't help a ton. We can backtrack if we need to. I feel like it's necessary at this point. Just do it. Because there's just no guarantee we're getting a key card. I don't know if the gymnasium is the same thing as the weight room, if it's just they use a different word here, or if it's 2 different. It's probably 2 different rooms, but I don't know. We'll just leave the dark room off. I still don't know if that actually really does anything or not, but wait, did that? Okay, good. Just want to make sure it wasn't off when I turned it on. Gymnasium is -2 steps every time you enter. Okay, well, yeah, let's just turn it off too. Okay, now we gotta backtrack. This is still the same note, I assume. Yes. Let's go down to the security door here. Okay, it's not locked, that's good. But we're running into a dead end. We could do the kitchen for food. I think the storeroom is the better idea here for a key, a gem, and a coin. And then go back down through the courtyard, I guess. I really would love to get a shovel. Metal detector about to go crazy in here? No, maybe not quite. You don't have gems? For what? I mean, I realize I didn't have gems, but... shit, man. We're just kind of running into the same issue as last time, where shit just wants to keep leading us in the other direction, or give us garbage. Oh, for the kitchen. we're about to be out of gems again because I don't really have any good options here. Never mind, we get 1 gem. Okay. Anything else in here? Doesn't look like it. Still never know if they're gonna put something up there, but I don't want to go up and check, so. Dining room. Well, we've been... I guess we should do the dining room, because we have been to rank, all the way up to rank 9, and it also gives us a path to the right, so. What is the special course? Pizza! Alright. Wood-fried pizza. Summer truffle sauce smothered in fontina cheese, wild mushrooms, and spiced salami. Cooked to perfection with just the right amount of char. Just the right amount of char. Additional 10 if you have a furnace. Yeah, fuck that. Have dinner. I ain't putting a furnace. Oh, man. All but that one last piece. Alright, it's our last key. Well, I guess we have to do the commissary if we want. I mean, there is this path, but that's the only other thing. We will take this and hope for something good, I guess. Maybe we can buy a shovel. Is this locked? Yep. I guess we're buying a shovel. Set of gems. So we're buying a shovel. We're going to go back to the courtyard and hope that we get some keys out of it. It did say we have a higher chance of finding coins and keys or something, but that might just mean, like, just because it's giving you the indicator that you're near coins and keys, not that it actually gives you a higher chance of it. Yeah, I guess there's some earlier paths too, right? Coins. Give me a key, please. Okay. Well, I guess I appreciate the steppies, even though I really, really wanted a key there. Okay, well, we definitely don't have a choice now but to go back, so we'll go to the den, and yeah, the entrance hall still has stuff, but I don't want to backtrack that far just yet. Okay, the boudoir. It's all dead ends. The boudoir gives us a gem, but that's it, unless we get another item. We could do the closet here just for the guarantee of 2 potentially useful items, but we don't know what it's going to be. Screw it, I'll do the closet this time. So we're going to have to backtrack anyway. We got the compass, which is not that great right now, but we did get a gem, so it didn't really make too much of a difference. Can also do the drawing room here, which we should probably just do. Well, there is the pool, which would give us a lot of money, and we could go back to the commissary, but that just gives us gems. Or we could redraw, but the money from the pool seems useful. Is money going to be useful enough, though? Yes, maybe if we find a kitchen and or some other way to buy a key, like a locksmith. I guess we'll do that. Oh wow, this did not have as much money as it did last time. It is way less. Oh, but there's a key. And sometimes they're actually a little bit more hidden than I would have expected. So we can go back up to the commissary if we want. We have a lot of steps, so maybe we should see what else is up down here first. Coat check, get the silver key. So we have it, I guess. Try to bring it back if we don't manage to find a way to use it. We could try it on that locked room, but I don't know if the silver key room is like a dead end normally. Give me 1 second. I really gotta run to the bathroom, but I will be real quick. BRB. Alrighty, I'm back. Sorry about that. I was kind of holding it for a while. Thought maybe we would end up finishing a run sooner than that. So, we have steps we can use here, I think. So, I'm gonna try to do a little exploration near the start, just to see if we get anything particularly useful, like the kitchen. But we don't have any gems. So I guess the guest bedroom is all we're gonna get. But hey, 10 extra steps is something. Maybe there'll be a lucky key. We got the car keys. If we can get the garage, if we can get really lucky and get the garage, we can do that. Yeah, you can go outside, but it still costs steps, so I'm not gonna do it right now. Mostly you can just kind of look around the grounds. There's not really much to find yet. I think eventually there will be when we unlock certain things. Because you can see your campsite where you basically go every night. And the permanent things that you unlock, the gemstone cavern and stuff, you can look in there, but there's not usually stuff to find in them. So the same for like the orchard. At least like there's stuff to find in them that you have to unlock that are for like the main progression, I think. Like I managed to light like a specific little brazier near a thing that I think I have to find 4 of. So the orchard will be the second one of those. So if I can figure out how to unlock the orchard. But after that, we'll see, I guess. I think the like old mine shaft will be another one as well, but I'm not sure what the 4th thing is supposed to be. Except for maybe like the one little side garden door thing. Maybe that. Alright, so yeah, if we get lucky, we could, from the commissary maybe, since that I think is our remaining option. If we get the chance to take the garage, I might just take it, even though it would probably end the run. Because we have turned off, in the utility closet, we turned, on the garage power. And we now have the car keys. I've been kind of waiting for that to happen for a while, so I'm hoping we get a chance at the garage. I don't think there's any other rooms we can go into. The metal detector has actually been pretty nice because it's shown me that I should be looking at the floors a little more thoroughly too. We don't necessarily need the metal detector, but it just makes me wonder though too, like how often coins and keys and stuff are even to actually be on the floor, or if it's more a feature of the metal detector that they're even showing up there. Alright, well, here we go. do I use the special key? Silver key. Unlocking a door with the silver key will lead to a room with many doors. I think let's just use it. We've never used it, so... I understand. Okay, so it's not like a special room. It just guarantees that you get like a multi-door room. It's still useful. Unfortunately, that doesn't help us at all, but... The sauna seems nice, but obviously, since we're not technically at a dead end yet, I don't want to do it. Was this window here before? I don't know that it was. Maybe it's just because we're on an edge, but I do wonder if this room can potentially change over time. It would be cool if it did. All right, here we go. Pantry's our only option here. Come on, just give me the... Oh, there's an apple, finally. Oh, it's only 2 steps. It's not even as good as a banana. Come on, give me that garage. Fuck. Well, them's the fucking breaks, unfortunately. This is what I mean, though. Like, the RNG of this stuff... It doesn't matter that we chose the pantry either. Like, you can sit there all day and say, like, oh, if I had chosen this room, maybe it would have been fine. No matter what you do, sometimes I think the game just kind of is like, you know, you might get enough keys, you might not. I think it's just more that you're extremely likely to lose until you get a very specific set of circumstances, and most likely you're going to need to unlock a bunch of permanent additions first. The main thing for me, I don't want to rush my way through the game necessarily, but I also don't like it when games like this necessarily take a long time either. Yeah, we'll code check something before we leave. The lever's probably a good idea. The shovel would be really nice. Actually, the car keys would also be really nice, just to get that stupid garage thing to work, but we should probably hang on to the broken lever just in case, because it's going to be necessary for the antechamber door probably. I don't think I can just use it, right? Like, because there was a note somewhere that said that it's in the office that says that there's a lever for the antechamber that's broken, but it still says like the east and west levers are still working or something like that. But obviously I was on the west side and I didn't see a lever anywhere. And we didn't get the option for some sort of room to open the thing either. We have a fair bit of steps. I could run back up there just to make sure that there wasn't some way I could have sort of won the game just then. By finding somewhere to put the lever. I think you can't find items that are code checked, so if you put the shovel in the car room, you can't find it randomly. Okay, well, that's definitely good to know. Because I think you have a better chance of getting a shovel having it not code checked then. Does turning off the power to those negative red rooms cancel their effect or something? I'm only wondering because the gymnasium did come up after I turned it off, so it's not like it turned access to the room off. But I'm just curious if, like, does that actually affect the negative effect in the room, or does it just turn off power in the room or something? I don't mind a spoiler on that. I'm just curious how the mechanic works. If it even does anything at all. It might just be flavor, and maybe the garage one is the only one that's important. There's also a missing and scratched out one that maybe you can get an extra switch for or something. But yeah. The office had mentioned something about multiple levers. That there's one that's broken, but that there were other ones, and I'm not sure how, like, if you have to access multiple levers in one run just to open the antechamber, or... Because I've not found a single, like, lever room. I know it lets you see the plans in the dark room. I think it stops the gym from sapping steps. Okay. So yeah, that does sound like it just turns off its negative effect. Thank you. Also, how's it going, by the way, the jerk? Welcome in. Alright, let's... Okay, that's good to know, because, yeah, in the future I might, I technically could have put in the gymnasium then instead of the East Hall. Not that it would have made a difference, because it would have been the same thing effectively, and it wouldn't necessarily guarantee any lack of locked doors, but it would have been neat to see the gymnasium anyway. I only got you in the afternoon when I'm not paying attention to work. Hey, nice. Hope that you're having a good day. Alright, yeah, so let's just go ahead and go to the code check. And then, yeah, Shadok, if you're still around, I can show you the outside really quick if you're interested. So let's check, I guess, the broken lever. Or maybe the compass. Like, the car keys seem to come up frequently enough. I just rarely get the right thing. The code check seems like a double-edged sword, right? Because if you give it an important item, if you can't then find that item, then you're kind of screwing yourself if the code check doesn't show up. So it's determinant on this mechanic, like, it feels a little half-baked, because the code check seems really useful if you can guarantee getting an item that you found before, but the problem is that the code check room itself is not in any way guaranteed. If it was always at the start of a run like you would expect it to be for something like this, then it would make sense. But since the code check itself is not guaranteed, you're basically just kind of handing off a thing to give it a different set of RNG as to whether or not it's going to show up. So you're not really necessarily helping yourself a lot. I do think the code check does come up frequently enough that maybe it increases your chances effectively, but I don't know. It's a little... I'm a little unsure about it. But I guess I'll give it the broken lever for now. Yeah, maybe it comes up more after you've checked something. Who knows? But yeah, personally, it's one of those things where I just kind of feel like I think the code check should just be kind of like at the start. Like, finding a code check room for doing the actual checking, or like a ticketing room or something like that. I don't know what, what it would need to be, but it could always just be one of those permanent upgrades too, right? Like, you find the code check, and then after you find it the first time and do a specific puzzle, you can grant a little mini code check thing in the entrance hall permanently. That way you always have the means of getting that item for storage, right? But I don't know. Yeah, sure, Robin, you can give me a tip, because I'm gonna be calling it a stream here shortly. But yeah, let's go outside, just have a look at everything for the heck of it. One more time. Still got enough steps to kind of make that work, so... So yeah, where I suspect that the rest of the things that we'll need to unlock are maybe over here in this little path, possibly. Or maybe something to do with the little wishing well thingy here. Oh, you can make a wish. I didn't even know that was a thing. I wonder if this potentially grants you more money or better RNG manipulation or something on your next run. I've never had money when I came out here, I don't think, so. I was thinking maybe that if you just toss money in there, that it would, like, help give you more money the next time you, like, visit the pool or something. Oh wait, sorry, I went the wrong way. It's gonna cost me an extra step, but it should be okay. But yeah, so down here... There's this thing, which I think might be connected to the reservoir, the one Note said. We can look at that again, maybe. But But it seems like this might be unlockable at some point, based on the one note. And then this must have something to do with potentially something relatively endgame. We have to light all 4 of these. We've lit one by unlocking the gemstone cave and turning the valve in there. That lit the first little brazier. And or maybe something will unlock over there, if not one of the other ones that I mentioned. But yeah, the only other one I know of for sure is the orchard, because you can see the valve from there, from outside. The car key and restoring power to the garage are for different puzzles, so you don't have to go for both in the same run. Okay, that's good to know. So I'm guessing just opening the car key then, or having the keys just to open the car and probably get some goodies or something then. But that's still cool. Alright. Good to know. It's just that it's still like a dead end room, so I have to like have the right RNG and tile positioning to make it worth it. Obviously you get 3 keys out of that room, so that's still useful, or can get 3 keys. So yeah, this is the gemstone cave that we unlocked by completing the breaker room puzzle with the light indicators, and then you can turn this, which it will apparently let me turn off again, which is interesting. I will leave it on for now. And then yeah, this thing said managed to remove all but one mine cart. There's still one more cart down there, but it's locked on a short track and it's way too difficult to move from the reservoir side. It's a little bit awkward because it's blocking the passage, so I suggest someone move it from the other side if they can get over there. The boss informed us that there are 2 other ways into the site from that side, but I think we're going to leave that for someone else to finish up if the old man really wants it done. So that makes it sound like the closed off mine shaft there has another way into it from within the estate maybe, and you know, so maybe that'll also be one of the unlockable areas. But yeah, the only other one that I know of for sure is the orchard over here that we have to find a combination for. I still don't know what the combo is. There's 2 things I have not found the combo for, one being this, the other being the safe in the office, because I still need to like unlock the library maybe for that. But yeah, over there you can see another valve for the thing that I just showed off, and then also there's like a little shed over there, so maybe my thinking was that unlocking the orchard might unlock better access to like apples and or just give you extra steps every day, but I'm curious about what's in the shed back there. So these little like smoke pipes are interesting, but yeah, hopefully we'll figure that out soon. So yeah, I guess that's gonna do it for not only the day in the game here, but for the stream as we settle down in our cozy little campsite here. But yeah, no, I had a good time with this. I might stream it again next week. We'll see. It depends on what I'm feeling. If I really, really want to play it more, I might play it on Wednesday. I do want to actually finish the game, if you want to call it that, or finish a run at least. I just don't know if I'll stream it more or not, but I think it would be fun to stream again, so I probably will. In which case, I'll just hold off on trying to play it on my own or anything until I can kind of finish it on stream. But yeah, so the earliest I would do this again would be Wednesday. Otherwise, it'll be next week, Monday or Wednesday. But yeah, I'm thinking of playing, starting a run of Look Outside on Wednesday, because it's not a blind playthrough. I have played the game before, but it's a really fun horror RPG that's kind of become like an instant hit that I'm sure probably a good number of people at this point do know about, but I feel like not enough people know about it. It's a fun little game that, like I said, it's a horror RPG. You could kind of compare it to something like Fear and Hunger, except way less, how to put it, way less grimdark and brutal. It's still dark, it's horror, but it's got a silliness to it in a Lovecraftian kind of way. So there's still some pretty dark concepts at work, but overall I would say it's a little bit of a less risky game to stream, for one thing. I've considered streaming Fear and Hunger before, but like especially when it comes to the first one, that one's one that you could theoretically get banned on Twitch for, so unless you're like censoring the hell out of it. And even then it's not necessarily a guarantee. Termina not so much. Termina's not so bad, but yeah. Anyway. Something I feel like playing on Wednesday anyways. Look Outside. So we'll see about maybe doing that. And then Friday will be some more. It'll be another early stream for those of you in the early crowd. But yeah, I'll be continuing the Convergence Seamless Co-op playthrough with Charlie on a Friday. But yeah, that'll be this week then in general. But yeah, this has definitely been fun. So like I said, I will probably play it more. It just like I said, will either be on Wednesday if I'm really feeling it, or it'll just be next week. But yeah, either way, until then, y'all, I hope you have a great rest of your day / night. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. Hi and bye, Miscreant. I hope you're doing well, man. It's good to see you. But yeah, thanks for hanging. Thanks for keeping the general backseatiness to the place where I like it, because obviously I know people are wary to backseat, given that, you know, streamers feel very particular about it. I certainly also am one of those streamers that feels particular about it, but I appreciate the general insight without people being super aggressive about it. So it's really nice to have that kind of specific niche in there, because I know it can feel a little daunting at times to want to be able to kind of help the streamer when they're stuck, and then the streamer doesn't really take it well when you're just trying to help. So I appreciate people being considerate of that. But yeah, anyways, y'all have a great rest of your day / night. Have a good Tuesday, since I probably won't see you. And yeah, I'll catch y'all on Wednesday for some Look Outside, or possibly more of this, depending on how I feel. But yeah, anyways, take care, everybody. Bye-bye.